players supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's dodged so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bad. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Furia last game did come down to Igor once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they still squeeze some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, whole way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, Yaz. Open here for teams to move into. Gatka a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, as well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalba on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time you're not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about too much at the end of that game, but there is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight on the central compound when we're playing Edge, I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like the look of that position, let's take it off. I'll be having that. Fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This has been a consistent trend, at least throughout Survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stalba with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed as well, so it is going to be a long rotate for Vitality. You are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. Full Thrives though, loving life. When they get down towards Ferry Pier, the yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into Zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan smile this tournament, by the way. Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Enigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going, though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That'll be a nice, I suppose, sort of litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida. These guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came in from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo. but I don't think either of them had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments, some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like, they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
And obviously we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one. Two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now, would be both 4-5s and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower, even just individuals as well.
Yeah.
Falak gets some of that old form back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning. They're ready to go. He's got a little shy smile on him as well. Quite like
yeah,
it.
It's cheeky.
He is cheeky. It is cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need all of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about Godlike and Orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with that there is a tremendous amount weighing down on them right now, being in such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got far into that late game. Not a lot of eliminations, that's fine. Godlike similarly, still that aggression in play. I like to see it, but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go.
Yeah, exactly.
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because 4-5s have made the play. That's IQ with an opening takedown. But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area, Blank. Sure, with the noise-cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that, though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and being like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting, try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them across, and it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player. Like, it's so early into the game, could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that, because for me, that's just not EWC, PMWC potential. Right? That's not what that is.
Yeah, the trade of it, one player's life, one of your squad mates for an information play, economically, it's not the best trade on it, especially if we see him get a good run out of this game. Goes down to an awkward fight, one player of difference, Blank.
Hell, I mean, even this circle right now, where it's down towards the eastern side, 4-5s knows that. This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like, if this circle is further over towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing. But I think this one, if you're Aurora, it shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's check if there's someone there. You should just know.
Devil's in the details. And it paints a very pretty picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players alive in game 2 to kick us off. Flash also having 1 player knocked here. Zone crunching in. Bridge still in play. There you go, buddy.
Thought that this might be the case. On a circle like that, it's very, very awkward on these types of circles, and it can center up around bridge across both sides, which is super unfun to play. Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka way. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest. But for Aurora, they're stuck now, as are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. It cuts out a massive amount of space, though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolber quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest of the pack, everyone else attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only two squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora. We've got E-Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker. Tiamba, though, taking the scrap towards OG. Wizgod being hit very heavy. Trying to stay behind the trees, bro. Luckily still alive.
Yeah, great zigzag. Able to stay out of dodge there for a second. He's very close to going down. AKOP actually challenging this. But man, A-King has been making a name for the DBS, right? You know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12K became the more popularized weapon. Despite that, though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades with it.
He's bringing it back in fashion. Seems like the horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Haru, oh, going back in. Let's see what he can do with a DBS. Wants to prove he's the DB best up close and personal. On to Schwetz with the opener. Not ideal for his teammates, though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Turney K outside twists the knife. Another one falls. An orangutan, it all goes down to just Aru. Trapped behind the bike sheds and laid out by E-Arena.
E-Arena able to remove them. Stepped up to the plate, but not worthy to sit around here with E-Arena, unfortunately. Some good shots at the start there, but started to crumble slightly. Turney K came in like a demon, though, from the sidelines. I think Wizgod was not expecting him to be so up close and personal. Aura played back here. They're over towards the pier itself. Fourth Thrives mirroring them over towards the eastern side. We are close towards our next circle now. Nigma Galaxy making me laugh at the moment, man. They're like, this circle looks horrendous. We're going to play in our drop spot for the rest of the game. We're going to get very looted before we even think about moving. And we're still on Sosnovka with this one. Fourth Rise looking good. Down towards the southern edge here. Vitality trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think that's a bad idea here. It gives you a lot of control of the longwoods that sits around this area. Not sure what S2G is doing. I think they've got boats. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it seems like at least one boat in play there. Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap back over to the mainland, grab their teammates, then get involved with the action later. Meanwhile, though, Godlike taking on Tiamba. Milu on his last leg, suffering a casualty there for the Tiamba squad. It's a decent start, but Godlike have received one knock onto their roster. This is the establisher. You can see the fight here from the top down. QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Manya very low, but backpedals into safety with cover to play with.
Right, first nade goes long here. X-Power holding down the fortress, keeping that drawbridge pulled up. Takes a fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. Actually, he goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round, understanding the position has been compromised.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up. Ooh, only gets worse for Aurora as well. And that's quick from Alula finding them. This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined them with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them to fight towards them. Ulf, interestingly, taking the hit over as well to Godlike. So that battle turns into a third party fight.
For Godlike there, quick swing around. Take shots over towards Ulf. For them, Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot right now. It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point. They have very limited space to work with. Alula trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi at distance. Will find a shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bitter taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
These guys have been playing the same game. I think this is the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning. How does their entry work, actually? Man, how are we still on the bridge?
Yeah, this is kind of unreal. At some point, I thought we'd move.
Yeah, we're still here. I mean, Sosnovka's still in as well. I cannot believe this.
Luna also took another casualty from S2G on the backside, so they've called it quits and actually rushed over the bridge now into the mainland. Yeah, that's only a trio blank. Damage onto Yasser as well.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy might try and trade off. They're just in. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now. This is such a wild play from Enigma Galaxy. Coop's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Slowly careen it back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Flashes dash with Gal. I mean, that's 3 eliminations potential there for them, but they're worried about these sightlines to the side. Furia. Ooh. Go on. Give it some welly.
Tiamba doing Tiamba things once again. Tony K low on HP on the top floor, upside in the attic. Looking for an angle here, but Falak with the distant shot claps back onto Eagle. A-King gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Mormon's cooking one of his own to bounce down. Godlike getting involved with the fight. That's Manya just outside the window. Big Papa Pump in his hands. So many teams crunching in.
Yeah, good Molotov here, but really good timing from Godlike as they move into this one, just leaving A-King alive here for Tiamba. E-Arena on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of 2 teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino still at high HP count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from Mormon. Tiamba goes down.
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear it. Oh, straight in with the clothesline. Whoa! The turnaround. Mormon saying, "Feed me more," as Godlike charge into him. Quick decision, but not fast enough on the mantle. And Sume will save it. But at what cost? The only player left alive for the squad.
I mean, Godlike need more men now. They're only down to 1. What a play from Mormon. The speed, the velocity. Straight in there, no qualms. Now Vitality, they're up into it. This place has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
The Vitality a victim from the top floor. Or will they just be signing their death warrants on entry? Axel being shot in the back. A new challenger arrives. It's Hora in the distance as Jiggle is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sume still just guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak going to dive around the corner. He wants to punish him with a shotty and will find it.
Really, really good job from Razak. I think you have to make that play in that moment as well. You hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the revive, get some respite in that location. So Razak goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They got Aura in front of them and 4 thrives after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida, as well as Ulf, now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is knocked. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, it should be.
Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the as Ida try and clap back. It's good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pickup play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG and denied out by Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
Nongshim could push this pretty quickly. Ulf is not looking too good right now. Neither is Vitality. Flipping into action. They lose a vehicle. Razy and Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as Fourth Rise is going to be hard, and eventually you get third party by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north. You send it. Now Ulf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between two strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions and shades of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the one elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Ulf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razy, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch around the side, denying some of the sight lines. As Ulf does go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the wall so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turned onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
I mean, Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with. Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. He's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before. Getting a little too aggressive without the help of the rest of the team. So easy goes down the back lines as Flash starts to move on through.
Tizzy tries his might. Rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force. But it does leave Vitality slightly weakened. And Flash, they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Blue is ushering Vitality forward. Swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had two hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Loss isn't quite able to get it up though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, that, they're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
Got to give it some welly. His teammate's taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play, if you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards Fourth Rise. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Balak down. Aura, no fear, drops them all up top side. Looks fairly decent on that one. Airburst are slightly too far. This is some comedy. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes. It's damage done onto Soul-K, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
What was that?
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong, though, because, I mean, it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime as Flash continues to push the advantage. But it is majority of Fourth Rise doing that damage. Enigma Galaxy, after their strange approach from the early game, now going out slowly but surely. Just Ralph as well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in, stage 7. Fourth Rise have been weathering it, though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on and say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here. No fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch. Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G, after moving in and cleaning out Alula, they head center zone, and they find the final blow there. Goodbye, Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He's planted the flag, the S2G flag. T24 goes down, jiggle around the side.
Ooh, Sleepy. Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as Fourth Rise arrives, and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shotgun does damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out Fourth Rise, and that's how he does it. No fear from Hora, stands on.
Absolutely not frightened in the slightest as he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and Fourth Rise will fall. Win up against the world right now. DPS at distance, he's fighting all of them, but S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear, there's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's Flash. Losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot, tries to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now, peppering the bullets. This is it, pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now, a bit of splash damage. But not that just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets. Peppering the ground, picking up mud. Soul-K in the backlines. What's left out here? Quite an unfamiliar target. Soul-K will take down tops, but Kamikaze is out, and we're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1. The outside contender in no fear. Soul-K looking at both angles.
The battle of the solos to decide our second game chicken dinner. No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Soul-K can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is. HAPYVIAN finally goes down. I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft, though. He has the information. Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus 4 thrives into the last 2 teams. Zeus is just pushing forward. Instant spot, though, over towards No Fear. And now Zeus with all to do here. Flash, who had swept everyone aside. Soke, the last to fall potentially here versus Team Flash.
Zeus, the lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a 2nd place, but can he take it to 1st, or will Soke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move, starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target. Sui is so low, buckles under the pressure. That's the damage coming through as they lock it in.
S2G, Kamikaze with the Kamikaze play towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Soke steps up, a lad that's been in the esport for the longest of time. He's still got it in him.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
Yeah.
I think Horror, honestly, for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4 thrives, but you got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there. That is an incredible finish of those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had in isolation in groups, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch, a lot more early contact. And it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. It feels like we're all on an equal footing here. And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from game 1, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy, to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game, in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info. But we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just secured the win at the end.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a Rondo. Not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have a team hot dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know, they're camping. So we'll see next games what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back. We were a little surprised that they were going to come your way. As we've talked about multiple times, it's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight. So I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. He's got his eyes on you.
My name's Blank, and I've had 4 coffees, and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage, and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it. top, dude. I'm in the river. The river. Yeah, some of our reaction score is pretty damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Jukes?
I don't care. Cut.
S2G in hovercrafts. That is like white on rice right now, because my goodness, what a performance out of that squad. Before we break down that second match here in finals, don't forget that we do have the fan experience that you can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new mode, Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now that PUBGMOBILE is doing with Naruto, and so much more. And you can win some really cool shirts, which actually we've been wearing them. Not right now. I think Jukes does have one on, but you'll be able to check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that still Brain Rot. I mean, Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I've seen people being able to get to level 11. I gotta grind some more.
Wow, 7 got 7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Gotta keep it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna be playing it anymore. But S2G, Jukes.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there at the end was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Aula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft, just in case. And he was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win, and nice and early.
Yeah, really, really nice. And the momentum they were able to pick up on after, getting those hovercrafts. Very quick side note here while we're on this fight. 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened, because group stage, they were looking really, really solid, just not able to get that win. Here, the splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last 2 games, I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes in the next game.
And for 4 Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long, Neptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up, I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs, and to be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, unfortunate for 4 Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nangshem Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nangshem Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely, 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard, and now I do want to kind of segue into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're all right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nongshim is putting up those eliminations, but something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy, Net.
It was a little bit, it was a bit touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3 and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here, because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode and they have just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Nigma Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right?
Hey, just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passengers that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did. And also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now where
Ultimate Royal, who is playing from your ID?
Count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their 3rd match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. Woo! This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here, none other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman in Calaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down so far here in these 2 games. And we did have an interview just with Ralph, who's also a little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Nigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born. And yet, a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused, and they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my
Please come
P90.
back.
No P90.
Oh.
So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G, but just masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make that work. For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Kalaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm gonna have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4 Thrive's got an angle onto him, so he goes down, kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, well, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day is about to get underway.
Yeah, national goals as well as we get into this game, because it is going to be a lot to talk about going so far. I mean, even from watching the desk, to watching the stage hits, to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match. Even the 2 games you've had so far, there's been a lot going on. 4 tries on the first game, having a little bit of a misstep, and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good scenes. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right team here with us. We're on to our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point.
Alright, okay, 3rd match started now. Let's see.
Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on it. He was saying that, hey, as the team's very experienced around this area of the map, should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. Sports. Wasn't the case
NGX on top, Aurora, S2G, NST, Aurora is still, Aurora got 10 points. Okay, still on top 8, okay. S2G is, okay, and Aurora is one chicken here. I hope your match winner chicken or okay. Aurora is a chicken, one chicken, then on top.
Obviously for Tiamba
I
as well.
chicken only chance
There were
हुँदैन
16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo.
के गर्दै बसिरहेको तिम्रो आइडीबाट को खेलेको पर्यो
Seemingly still limited to QB in terms of individual plays.
Aurora र होराको फाइट परा जस्तो छ है ड्रप फाइट
Big piece of
okay होरा फर ब्याट okay not bad
We'll have something early here from Aura
and OG is near as well.
Where's that zone going to go? We've had some wacky zones this
FL
round.
going
It's
for
been
S9
crazy.
OG going for S9
most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. We had a
Does
couple
Aura
towards the
usually
end,
take this
which
route?
I think I
A
was
little
quite
punky.
grateful for, that we're
Aura
more
लिएर आउनु
normalized
पहिले
on Arangel at least.
S9 जान्दैन र ओके आइडिया र NGX को अलरेडी फाइट happening 2-0
No idea
NGX,
why
you
it's
got it,
happening,
bro.
by the way. It's
NGX
actually
already
very strange.
first elimination.
I'll explain
NGX
once
one
it's
down.
done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview.
One is one
but
HP, okay,
the
idea
context
down.
is crazy on it.
NGX Lord.
So
Okay,
Ralph
let's
with the
see.
M249.
Okay,
There's some good
nice.
shots done.
Okay.
Actually, Mechanics are doing quite well here, but already
Last
losing a
fight,
player does
last
feel
fight,
bad.
one
And it
HP.
being Coops is even worse.
Yeah,
Take
he's
on
dead now.
side. Lord hits some shots with
Ooh,
Abacan.
nice.
It's back and
We
forth
got
here.
Uzi.
Swain last
And
left.
two of them trying to find Boto Tutu. Oh,
And
nice,
Ralph
nice.
will get it
Almost.
done with the
मलाई सक्दैछ
M249.
अहिले सुनेको थिएन रहेछ नि
He's
कम
up,
भाइ
he's standing up.
Give them large for that.
Sorry,
It is
तिमीले
absolutely
कसले खेल्दा
insane that they continue to come here.
एक म बोलेको सुनेको ध्यान रहेछ क्या रेस्पोन्स दिइरहेको सुने ध्यान रहेछ Index 3 months so भयो but still got 40s okay 40 is right here okay 40 might get NGX let's see 40 might get NGX
Sadly for them, Fourth Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise. I actually love this.
like
They didn't see him on the angle. Fourth Rise spotting Lords. So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, Fourth Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest, you do wonder if Fourth Rise boys, they see a big hubbub go over by the Nigma Galaxy camp and they're like, they've just won that fight.
Okay, 40. Come on. Take 1 kill already in their pocket. IQ, using IQ, but he might get knocked as well from his side if he sees. Satan might see him, IQ. Okay. Circle closing in now. Let's see. Zone का form हो जाएगा
Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your angles.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt.
सासमा बोल्दैछ अरे ए म सानो सोले बोलेको हो के त्यही भएर सानो सोले बोले हो के परि यता बिहान छन् त चाँडै पनि भएको छ नि त त्यही भएर के युजर नबोलौँ भनेर हो ठिकै छ अब बोल्छु नि कहाँ हो तिमी घरमा के काममा स्टिल घर पुगिसक्यो होइन Satan going to find T24 ले हान्छ जस्तो घरमा रे अनि गेम खेलेको छैनौ तिम्रो आइडी गेम खेलिरहेछ त अल्टिमेट रोयल पुट्टीले कसरी हान्ने हो त त्यसलाई ओइ सतन पुट्टीलाई देखे है 424 wait TVS wow he missed the 2 shot look at that he's playing with Satan cooking down over it तिमीले कामबाटै खाएर आउँदैन हो I thought you will कामबाटै खाएर आउँछ भनेर he got 1 knock though Kirito हो रे Kirito हो T24 के Kirito भनेको के Kirito हो No, त्यो चाइनिज स्कुलले खान्छ अरे ए के बनायो त तिमीले मेरो आइडी मागे ए किरितो भाइ ब्रो ओके तिम्रो आइडी कतिजनालाई दिएछौ नेवा इतानाची अर्को ग्रुप पनि थियो अरे ओके लुक एट दैट रिप्ले वी ही नॉक फ्रम चक्कर व्हाट We got this nice with MP49 pork oh nice धेरै pork खानु हुन्न है परि नो नेवारे चाहिँ खेल्दैन इजनागी अनि त्यसैगरी अर्को अस्ति भनेको नि इताची पङ्क भाइ हो कि ए फन फायर भाइ अहिले किरितो ओके हो र स्पोर्ट्स जीजी ब्रो हो र व्हाट आर यु डुइङ हो र why now look at that no fear also gone now no fear bye bye for sure I know no fear down as well see what are you doing Mr. Ora 2 player already down here Aurora playing nice Itachi Blazy Kirito अनि अहिले उस अन फायर भाइले के हान्दैन बेटिज लुटिङ अन फायरले हान्दैन आजकल
Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake. Yasnaya on the south side, on school, as well as Severny, shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora. godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station. Pops up tire. He can't come
Region
through
booster
here
on
from
fire
Bears.
no more now रे ए किनभने त्यही अस्तिको कुराले त्यताबाटै हो के हो
Yeah, only 18 left.
परि
One in the clip, 17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this push-up.
These guys अब मलाई only 80 प्लस चाहिएको छ लिजेन्डको लागि नाइस 80 त पुग्छ इजी होइन स्कुलले गर्दा रे ए स्कुल नि जानु पर्यो है पढ्नु पर्यो रातभरि फेरि होइन बिदा शुक्रबार राति भयो भने चाहिँ खेल्न सकिन्छ होइन
Not quite finding the shots over towards the players.
हो र स्पोर्टले यो गेममा पोइन्ट्स लिएर आउने भएन है
Roughly on this one.
परि
Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably gonna
दुईजना मात्रै बाँकी छ
old.
दुईजना नि कहाँ स्लिप त्यो उसमा छ
Migrating
यसपालि आयो भने चाहिँ
towards hardship potentially. No, actually.
जोन त राम्रै छ
Towards that
अब अन
north
फायर
side.
गो
Obviously,
होस्टेल फर
Lake is
6
a bit
पोइन्ट
of an
रहेको र
awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot
ला
of people
जिजी
playing
भएछ
around
त
the
बिचरा भाइ त
staging
गेमै
goes
खेल्न
up
पाउनुपर्छ
towards
त
Alba, big old mountainside.
कति क्लासमा हो र 10 क्लास पुग्यो
This is also- never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You got the field down towards the Asnaya too, so there's not a huge
Okay,
amount of
Aura
time
Sports
to
को फेरि
play.
फाइट
You
गरेको
have
त्यहाँ
to
हो
decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Mormon from E Arena once again.
10 मा त प्राय जसो सबैलाई होस्टेल राख्छ रे
That's back onto Aurora. So single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation.
10 मा त राख्छ
Get
होस्टेल
themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going. Ooh, that's vitality as well, with Razy hitting a very big blow back onto Godlike. A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked.
Lovely
off,
unai.
coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right
Lovely
into the
knock.
nade.
Ozi
Wiz God had that one ready
STG
for
getting
him.
knock as well
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf, Aaron comes in swinging.
got L
Got
one
shot
more
down
knock
very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a
Finish.
nade, but I don't even know if think it's worth it anymore to
One
go
last
for
man
this.
standing ULF
Ulf's deep on the
Scarface
south side of the map, need to swing back further. Oh,
अनि त्यसपछि चाहिँ खेल्न सुरु गर्छ उसपालि
Alula instantly takes up the cliffside.
तिम्रो आइडी लिजेन्ड पुगेपछि
Aurora decides they're going to go loot Saverni. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
आज म खेल्दिनँ रे
Tiamba.
तिमीले कसको आइडी खेल्छौ नि खेल्दा चाहिँ खाना खान्छु सुत्दिन्छु रे अस्ति त हिजो देखेन भने पनि तिमी राम्रोसँग सुत
Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Milu keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards
प्रिन्सेस
Aura.
चाहिँ कस्तो खेल्छ नि
Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy are absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game. In the first, I think they were got 23 on that one. So last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura. So those two compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground in this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in.
Aura Sports you just have to hold that position
Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot.
माथिबाट युएलए आयो
So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasa pulled away.
अरोराले पुस हान्दैन होला हान्न त
Let's move for 4 thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
इए नि त्यही बस्छ
4-5 still looking pretty nice. And
Aura
some
Sportsले त्यो
counters
पोजिसन चाहिँ होल्ड
we've
गर्नु
seen
पर्यो
individually. Another roster we know that could be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the
Little
boom on
faraja.
this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top.
assignment गर्न उठायो के दिदी उठेछ म बोलेर उठेछ तेर म सासले बोलेको क्या दिदी उठ्छ भनेर
Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
40 ले 2 किल हानिसकेछ 4 जना बाँकी छ नगान्छ क्या हो फलब्याक गर्यो ओके झन्डै नगाने आज सुत्दा हुन्छ हजुरको त्यो आइडी त न क्लासिक हान्न मिल्छ न अल्टिमेट हान्न मिल्छ अरे अनि धेरै भयो नि त नअहिलेको कम भयो त त्यो त पपुलारिटी दिनलाई मात्रै बनाएको आइडी हो नि त त्यो त्यही भएर नि परि अलिअलि खेल्यो भने चाहिँ मिल्छ है त्यतिकै त मिल्दैन
Sorry, the cliff face, you got flashed down towards those compounds, but
STG
playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here.
यो हान्दा हुन्छ त लस पटेर हान्ने अनि लस पटेर हान नि त
crunch in towards that.
म स्क्यान कोड दिन्छु तिमीलाई लस पटेरको चाहिँ अनि चाहिँ स्क्यान दिन्छु म
Four thrives in Alula, so not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs.
Oh, what a buyer!
Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top.
अनि लस पटेर उता बहिनीले नि हान्दा हुन्छ नि त फेरि खेल्दा खेल्दै लगइन गरिदियो भने भनेर क्या नदिएको अनि एउटै टाइममा खेल्छ नि त तिमीहरू त्यता नि बेलुका हुन्छ त्यता नि बेलुका हुन्छ नि त नेपालमा नि अनि
they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver.
तिमीले खेल्दा खेल्दै लगइन गरिदियो भने त अनि जा हुन्छ नि त
movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead.
एनजेक्सले 4 पोइन्ट तानेर बसेछ अरूले 2 पोइन्ट हो र स्पोर्ट्स इन नाइस पोजिसन बट युएलएले पुश हान्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ मलाई लेसो ए अघि नै त्यो जहाँ बसेको त्यहीँ बसेको ए राम्रो हुन्थ्यो हेर त हेर हो र स्पोर्ट त्यो भिटले कति राम्रो पोजिसन पायो त्यो अब त्यो पोजिसन होल्ड गर्दैन त त्यो भिटले हेर त हो र स्पोर्टले त्यो ठाउँ छोडेको भिटले समात्यो त्यो ठाउँ
try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over.
Damn ठाउँ छोडे
It's kind of a hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
Okay, S2G gone. Bye bye. Tata. Khatam.
Trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by Four Thrives. They fall.
MNGF's also gone.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from Four Thrives. S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on the Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
पुरिया म चाहिँ क्या गडेल एक्लै बाँचिरहेछ चाहिँ क्या हो गडेल मऱ्यो एउटा नक त हाने थियो बिचरा दनक दियो हेर दनक मेधाले गडेलको ओजी बाँकी रहेछ इन्डियाको टिमबाट 40 स्टिल सर्भाइभिङ 3 किल Warrior Sports 1 kill, 40 has ace. Warrior Sports zone मा निस्कनु पर्दैछ 40 ले दन्काउँछ क्या हो NS र OG को परिवार छ OG getting 2 knock NS getting another knock okay NS might get knock yep OG finito okay NS finished no still there surviving
nuisance for them in tops.
TN ULA gone. ULA gone. Or what? ULA to पछाडिबाट आथ्यो है TN ले भेट्यो यार ULA को 4 जना परि ULA को 4 जना भेट्यो के रे कस्तो के मतलब कस्तो के
No position to help the rest of his team.
Let's a camera on now.
Side swipe coming through from tops as well caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim. Red Force just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
FL, okay, ULF getting knocked. TN the kill ko baris garcha क्या हो?
Still trying to get an angle on this.
तिमीले होरा पछाडि चाहिँ कसलाई सपोर्ट गर्छौ? यदि होरा को पोइन्ट्स आएन भने चाहिँ
Side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the four squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This
टेबल टप हुन्छ यो गेम
somehow
पछाडि.
being a very formidable
होरा स्पोर्ट्स फेरि जोनमा जानु पर्यो. 40 छ एनएस कोलिप जोनले गयो जस्तै छ एनएस. ओके एफएलले हान्छ जस्तो छ फेरि ओजीलाई. नो वान्डर आई सपोर्ट हाकिम. लभली है. लभली. होराको जिगल गर्दै गएको थियो पानीमा. कोलित गाडी छिराएको थियो पानीभित्र.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest.
Also
To be able to
support
close
you.
this one out with some good
I will
plays.
support
To be honest, mate,
you.
that is kind of the dream with what we saw off
Ora
the back
Sports,
of this
Kuli,
game with the other
Tava.
squads above them.
Brother,
Falling out early, it has presented that opportunity. And like
10
you say,
team
if they can
remaining,
grab
8
it,
point back
you've
आउँदैन हो.
recovered from
त्यो अब
that.
त
Don't forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them. And they
त्यो
actually
स्नाइपर
feel
टावरमा
like
मजाले
they're
बाँच्नुपर्छ
in
स्काई अब.
first place. Come the end of
स्नाइपर
this
टावरमा
game, but
मजाले
that's still in
बाँच्नुपर्छ.
the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now.
भयो 40
Thrives going in against the arena.
लकडाउन. ए अरोरा पनि छ नि है. टिएन र अरोरा दुईजनै बाँकी छ माथि दियो. एफएल पनि बाँकी रहेछ.
I like that though. Good smoke. Oh, towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement
हिजो
between them
तिमीले
and
त्यो
Four
किरा
Thrives, the
मार्यौ
arena on
त.
the northern edge.
परि
Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade.
Actually hits on target. Great damage,
and they just keep on pumping in. Four Thrives are out. But yeah, I mean, that's some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits.
खाना खाँदा यो क्या हो
Try
पहिले.
and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
अग मास्टर स्कारफेस अग मास्टर किन भन्दा माथि आयो नि. अग मास्टर भन्ने आउने है क्या हो. लाइक एनी म दाल 1 विकसम्म राख्छु रे. मैले 1 विकसम्म चाहिँ राख्दिनँ. 5 दिन पछाडि चाहिँ फालिदिन्छु बाँकी भयो नि. एक हप्ता चाहिँ खाँदिनँ. 5 दिनसम्म चाहिँ खान्छु. 5 दिनसम्म चाहिँ इजी खान्छ. Me busy रे. Why are you busy? Why are you busy? Busy हुन पाइन्छ. बिजी हुन पाइन्छ. तिमी त्यसरी डुइङ होमवर्क रे. विद्यार्थी हो तिमी. होमवर्क गर्नलाई होमवर्क गराउने हो क्या. होमवर्क गर्ने होइन. होमवर्क त गराउने हो. डुइङ रे. बच्चाहरूको सब होमवर्क आफैले गरिदिने हो.
Window peek with good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side. Going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit.
म त त्यही हो. युएलएफ 1 डटले बाँचिरहेछ. ब्रो स्काई माथि बस्नुपर्छ नि यार. तल भन्दा त फेरि जोनमा जानु पर्यो. स्काई त खोलित टाटा बाई बाई. यो दिन पछाडि स्काई बाइक बाई बाई हो. बग्गी छ बट टायर छैन. बग्गीको गाडी छ बट छैन. पड्किसकेको छ. आफ्टर दिस स्लिपी रहेछ हो र स्लिपी पो हो त. म त कहाँ स्काई भनेर बसेको. स्काई त सबभन्दा फर्स्टमा मर्ने नै स्काई हो. स्लिपी पनि गयो. होरे स्पोर्ट्स टाटा बाई बाई. 8मै गयो. यो पनि गयो. टिएनको यो पनि गयो. अर्को पनि रहेछ त्यहीँ. अर्को पनि ग्रेनेड आयो. टाटा बाई बाई. अरोराले 7 किल. अरोराले चाहिँ हान्छ क्या हो. दोहोरो हान्छ सायद. राम्रो ठाउँ छ.
mean, with a
What
body
is
you
someone
could,
saying?
you get the spread on it, just try follow up off the back, you know they're weak.
Oh man, I think they just wanted to get the flush at least, but not meant to
मैले
be.
नबुझेको चाहिँ हैन परि वरा स्पोर्ट्सको ड्रप एसना थियो हैन त्यसरी चार ठाउँमा स्प्लिट भएर उसमा ओपनमा हिँडेको थियो नि हैन त्यसरी स्प्लिट भएर खेल्यो क्या हैन आई डोन्ट नो किन त्यतातिर गयो चाहिँ ब्रो अरु ठाउँमा पछाडीतिर गएको भए हुन्थ्यो नि त हैन टाढा टाढा और एसनामै झर्नु पर्ने थियो बरु आफ्नो ड्रप लोकेसन त किन छोड्नु
So many nades though.
ल शीतल भइसक्यो
Although the
नि
shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that.
अरोरा चाहिँ चिकन खाने भयो अरोरा नभए
Once again,
टिएनले एउटाले खाने भयो चिकन
6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up.
माथिको माथि नै हुने भयो तलको तलै बस्नु पुलिया पनि माथि आउँदैछ भिट पनि माथि आउँदैछ होरा त अब त
He's being collapsed upon from two sides.
तल्ल पुग्छ हौ
between this team.
Shreps now. Get the res on of E-Arena. E-Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad.
माथि भाइटालिटी पनि छ भाइले पनि 3 पोइन्ट भाइटालिटी नै अलिकति राम्रो भयो त आउँछ नि एफएलको डाउन हुँदैछ टिएन थर्डमा पुगिसक्यो अब सेकेन्डमा पुग्न बाँकी हो 1 पोइन्ट आयो भने सेकेन्डमा पुग्छ अरोराको नखान्नु पऱ्यो क्या त्यो ग्रेनेड छैन रहेछ के हो साथीहरूसँग के लेख्छु के आउँछ के हो यो च्यातर अलार्म बज्थ्यो नबज्ला त्यो वाउको गेम मलाई सबै 6-7 राख्नु पर्यो हो हाकिमले तिम्रो लेभल कति पुग्यो तिम्रो सबै 6-7 राखेर काम नै छैन क्या पऱ्यो डु नो वाइ तिमीले अपग्रेड गर्छौ नि हैन तिमीले अपग्रेड गर्ने बेला त्यो तिम्रो 6-7 सबै हराउँछ क्या त्यही भएर तिमीलाई अपग्रेड गर्नलाई जति पैसा चाहिन्छ नि हैन त्यसको लागि मात्रै 6-7 राख्नु हैन पैसा पठाउनलाई मैले दुईटा साइडमा राख्दैछु नि हैन 6-7 त्यो दुईटाबाट तिमीलाई लेभल 10 11 पुर्याउनलाई इजी पैसा आउँछ अनि जस्ट के गर भने इजी पैसा आउँछ अनि जुन रिक्वायरमेन्ट हुन्छ नि त्यो रिक्वायरमेन्ट मात्रै हैन सुट गर्ने अनि त्यसपछि अपडेट गरिहाल्ने क्या चाँडो कति होमवर्क हो रिस उठ्यो मान पाएको अनि बाबु लोकलाई गर्न लगाउनु पर्यो नि त टिएनको अर्को नगो त हामीलाई त अब माथिको फिनिस हुनु पर्यो तलको नि धेरै किन पोइन्ट आउनु परेन त्यो हुनु पर्यो क्या भाइटालिटी हान्दैछ टिएनलाई टिएन अर्को पनि नक भाइटालिटी लास्ट गाई स्ट्यान्डिङ टिएन पनि लास्ट गाई स्ट्यान्डिङ इएले देदनक आँखा तनक हुने ताले इएले अर्कोलाई नखान लायो हान्यो अर्कोलाई हाने क्या हो हाकिम त्यो यो च्याट फिक्स गर्नुहोस् न यार मिल्छ आई डोन्ट नो अटो ट्रान्सलेट गर्न मिल्छ अटो ट्रान्सलेटमा कसरी हटाउने मलाई थाहा छैन हौ
Wild stuff. The arena now.
Let me search.
Let me search. Back of that, they have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in and just completely cleans them out. This guy's been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage left and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E-Arena.
Automatic
Tony K, this
auto translate
cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate.
Enable auto start.
3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
तिमीलाई थाहा छ परि कहाँबाट हटाउँछ रिएक्सन छ टाइम स्ट्याम्प छ मोडरेसन एक्टिभिटी भनेको के हो रिभर्सलाई त थाहा छ एकचोटि सोध्नुहोस् त हुन्छ पगाइ त एकचोटि गुगलमा सर्च गर्दैछु है गो टु युट्युब हिस्ट्री एन्ड काउन्टर click on content in the left menu and select the light tab right? Click directly on your current or planned title Scroll down to customization. Okay. I think I'll get it, right? Customization, I know. I think I'll get it. Live chat translation. Okay, save. अब हुँदैन परि. अब हुँदैन. Don't worry. क्यामेरा देखाइदिउँ क्या हो मेरो? म त कस्तो पाराले बसिरहेको छु है. क्यामेरा अन गरिदिउँ क्या हो?
Is that going to be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable?
ये बाँकी छ, फुरिया बाँकी छ. फुरिया र ईमा कसले जान्छ त? फुरियाको 4 जना बाँकी छ है. फुरियाको एउटा जान डाउन हुन्छ क्या हो? होरा हैन नि. बिहान लाइभ गर्दाखेरि त मैले त माथिको लुगै लगाएको थिएन. त्यतिकै बसिरहेको थिएँ.
But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on
Kole
this
hands
one.
just lights again.
When
Furiako एउटा down
not to,
by
finally
Playzone.
Playzone takes him out and Fury's blind
PB3
again.
अब. Let's see.
You lose your
Furiako
eyes in the
advantage
back
हैन.
line. Would have to rely on your gun skill now.
मैले भनेको बुझ्यो परि. यो के रे ब्रेन रटमा हैन. तिमीलाई पैसा कलेक्ट गर्नलाई मात्रै साइडमा राख्नुपर्ने हो के हैन. अनि बिचमा तिम्रो भर्खर 7-8 लेभल छ नि त. त्यो चाहिने कुरा चाहिँ हैन. फ्याट हार्न के. फ्याट हानेर सकाउ अनि के रे पुश गर के. के रे कलेक्ट गर के त्यो अनि अपग्रेड गरिहेल के सानो. सो द्याट पछि लेभल 14-15 पुगेपछि तिमीलाई 6-7 त हातैले सुट गरेर भोटोले सुट गरेर एकैछिनमा राख्न मिल्छ. तर मेरो दिन्छु म तिमीलाई चाहिन्छ नि त म दिन्छु. मलाई केही मतलब छैन यो 6-7 राखेर के भन्दा मेरोमा त.
We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5.
Guys, who will get this chicken? Ye or Furia?
Just dashing
Okay,
about.
Furia.
He's gone wide, man.
Yes, Furia, you have the advantage. Oh, no.
That one actually hits.
Furia गाडी घुमाइदिनु पर्यो क्या. स्मोक हान्ने हैन.
Assist.
तिनीहरुको मुखतिर स्मोक हान्दिन अनि गाडी घुमाइदिने. झ्याममा लगाएर. ओपनतिर त छ नि हैन. झ्याममा लगाएर गाडी घुमाइदियो. त्यो फुरियाले गर्दैछ दिमाग लगाउँदैछ बट इक्वली के गरेको यो साइकोले.
Not how I expected the first dominator to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E-Arena.
E-Arena अरे ये भनेको चाहिँ E-Arena के गरेको त्यसले घुमाछ कहाँबाट. त्यहाँ त अनि एडभान्टेज भयो त. त्यहाँ त घुमाउनै हैन गाडी. त्यहाँ त गाडी घुमाउनै हैन.
Decent Molotovs, these ones actually, trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to send this name back into the blue.
त्यतैतिर उस गर्नु.
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is the info goes
पहिला त यस्तो ई स्पोर्ट्सहरुमा हैन जो जहिले खेल्छ नि त्यसलाई त्यो आको लुगा हुन्छ नि त यो त्यो टेम्परेरी लुगा दिन्थ्यो त. ये घरको न त्यसले देख्यो खुलित फुरिया खुलित. टाटा बाइ बाइ फुरिया फुरिया खुलित. जिजी एरिना लभली lovely chicken. Match winner chicken dinner.
Good game from E-Arena. I
Lovely.
think that the game plan was
Lovely,
great.
lovely.
I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igor's
No
as he
बज्यो.
went down, I think he might have
मेरो अलार्म
thrown
पनि
out
बज्यो.
some
कुन देशको
information
यो
that
रे?
was maybe less than
खोइ
useful.
फुरियाले यस्तै हेर्दाखेरि त
To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a
GG,
real good
what
pin
game,
plan of what E-Arena was doing. So,
what
now
game
Joker,
all player रे?
it's a joke.
भाइ
I do think
नेपाली
he's got
टिम
some great
इन्डियन
players.
टिम खुलित.
But yeah, still a weird end game.
They looks like they are not from they are from Asia side, right?
We don't want to push,
Like,
so we're just going to lob
let
everything
me check.
and then
somewhere.
have that respectful gunfight once we get in.
Arena
I do think that
esports
for E-Arena, they just wait a little bit longer.
PUBG
Play up
ना
towards the tree line.
Arena Thailand I know भाई देख रहा हूँ मैं.
But even then they were
Thailand
bouncing them out into the
buddy
blues.
Thai
It
sports
was a little strange.
Thailand से
You're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Isla just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting,
Thailand देखा चाहिँ है.
really like a curveball just came
त्यही
in,
हेर्दाखेरि नै
swift
त्यो
gut punch, didn't it?
एसियाकै उस छ नि त.
I was going to go for it. I
यस्तै छ क्या करूं भाई मैंने पहले भी बोला था भाई इंडिया टीम नहीं विन करेगी वो तो है भाई नेपाल को भी चांस था दे डू ऑलवेज लाइक प्लेस top 3 top 4 right but
I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was
because
a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really well. Even I think
they have not been playing
does require
global for long time. Imtiaz bhai, they have not been playing global.
The play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of play style that's going to win you games more often than it loses them.
6-7 चाहिए थियो मलाई
that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold.
Yes.
It was honestly it was better play from him than it was bad play from them. He just popped off on a solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play, you've actually kind of owned us there. But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed supplies, they went for it.
भोलि आउँछौ नि हैन तिमी आएको बेला सब 6-7 तिमीलाई दिन्छु भोलि आउँछौ नि हैन तिमी उठेर सब 6-7 दिन्छु म तिमीलाई एक गोडेल का भाई देखो भाई टेंशन पे ऐसा कर रहा है सोच रहा है भाई हम लोग कब सीखेंगे मसँग टन्नै छ लुटे हुन्छ अरे परीलाई लुट्ने हैन क्या लएर राखदिने हो नेवा बुझे नि लुट्ने भन्ने परीलाई त्यस्तो लुट्ने काम गर्दैन लगेर राखदिने Mad Max बुझे नि होइन सन्डे मेरो छुट्टी छ सँगै गर्नुपर्छ है रे ओके ओके मेरो पनि यहाँ स्याटरडे हुन्छ नि त त्यही भएर केही हुँदैन ओके कसले हान्छ त नेक्स्ट ओइ सेन्टर अफ एट्र्याक्सनले हाने त लभली डट यो मरन च्यासे रहेछ त्यही त खानै नभएको मरन च्यासे रहेछ त यसले त कहाँ हाल्यो ओके रे मेरा तो एक ही बात बोलूँगा भाई इंडिया टीम को इसमें एंट्री क्यों दिया भाई जब पबजी मोबाइल यहाँ की गवर्नमेंट ने बैन कराए पता नहीं भाई क्यों किया है
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played.
I think like they want like PUBG Mobile wants like they have been playing before, right? So they wants to get exposure, give them exposure to World Cup as well because they have not been playing for so long. Mother Chot. DSS body waiting. MC means Mother Chot.
I didn't do anything. All right, here, go on.
John starting us off. Let's see. Oh, hey.
PUBG Mobile को एंट्री नहीं देना चाहिए इंडिया को लोगों कभी भाई पता नहीं भाई I don't know last time also one time right they give a chance to in PMGC right Godel I think that was the time God like me को थियो रे कोही पहिला त जोनाथनहरु थियो I know but I don't know now I know S power is there right जब तक ये की गवर्नमेंट बैन नहीं करती है भाई वो तो है भाई वो तो है भाई PUBG बैन कर दिया लेकिन BGMI रख दिया वो क्यों They played a comeback on last game before don't know what they were playing Oji Oro and Godel
Because I cheated you out of it, I'm so sorry. Tiamba will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got a
Godel, yeah, last time, right? Godel played really nice. Qualifier, they did play nice. But look at the 40 as well. In qualifier, they were on top of the table. Now, look at them.
You know what I want? I want all of your opinions from the viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
They were on top of the table before. Now the test is I don't have much white t-shirt lako look like SS रे SS यस्तै पातलो छ हो परी यस्तै पातलो छ SS यस्तै सेप लाग्यो कतै बाटो रहेछ हैन त्यही मैले पठाएको थिएँ नि त अघि होइन यसमा पछाडिपट्टि वान पिसको फोटो देखाएको थियो थाहा छ नि वा यसमा त्यस्तो भयो अरे यस्तो अरे यस्तो हुनु त होइन मरङ च्यासे जस्तो हो क्या खानै नपाएको जस्तो हो त्यो अरे आई डोन्ट लाइक द्याट टाइप अफ म पनि होइन पहिला होइन मेरो गाला सुकेर होइन 140 पाउन्ड पुग्दाखेरि पनि गाला सुकेर म त खानै नपाएको जस्तो भएर अनि फेरि अनि हुँदैन यसरी भनेर फेरि बढाएको मलाई त मन पर्दैन What is send me car, right? Why do you need car? PMWC lucky spin.
If I'm not mistaken, Niftura, I think you actually
Tell me
won
when
that
need
dog.
you see I give you.
And I think you got that chicken dinner. You were lied to, but
Very mad.
in this last
What
game,
car?
Irina
मैं
wasn't
किसी
lied to,
भी
Max, because
BGMI Indian
Irina
team को
came
support
out
नहीं
with
करता
the
भाई.
win.
I all BGM player. Why? Which team are you supporting here then? Sultini को DM हेर्नुस् फायरमा छ अरे.
That's a cool win, but what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very open-ended finish between Furia and Irina. I think it was kind of even Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push, and he gave the man advantage, and Irina using every resource they had available to get that win. Good to see, but again, I need to see that continue in your next coming matches.
Take it away, Lace. I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute.
Hey, Arlo, I am revoking your driver's license because I was waiting for the Furia drive by Max. E-Arena, obviously, they deserved that win because of Furia and their driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. They had Silence kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a
Is it on YouTube? मैले YouTube खोल्ने बित्तिकै लाइभमा उस गरेको हो क्या हेर्नै पाएको छैन. वेट लेट मी चेक. YouTube हेर्ने बित्तिकै उस गरेको थियो युट्युबमा राखेको छ मोमोले भिडियो बिकॉज BGM में सिर्फ हैकर आता है भाई. टॉप 100 में सिर्फ टॉप पर सब हैकर बेचे अल्टीमेट रॉयल सीजन रैंकिंग में भाई. इसलिए क्यों BGM में सिर्फ हैकर को सपोर्ट करती है भाई. पता नहीं सोल्टिनी को DM हेर्नुस् पाएन पता नहीं क्या है भाई. इधर भी आता है भाई बेला बेला में हैकर. लास्ट टाइम आया था भाई हमने वो प्ले किया था हैकर आया था भाई. नो DM हियर रे मलाई भनेको
Didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two-player setup was exactly what E-Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big something I like to call what the Furia. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. That there was a squad though that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora once again, Neptura being able to back it up with Ilims, even though they wasted a lot of utility with
15 second को shots रहेछ.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think
Really?
stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Reefus, Enzio, we've seen some really cool off angles from them. So very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic, Max, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember earlier in the previous match
मैले
before
हेरेँ
this one,
राम्रो छ एडिट राम्रो लाग्यो मलाई. शॉर्ट्समा मी नट नेवा मी मोमो लेजी नाउ रे. Yeah, भाइ. It's hard. It's hard. Mad Max. This is Mad Max, right? I know, भाइ. It's hard when your account gets banned. My account was banned for 90 days, भाइ. Do you know what? This account was banned for 90 days. This account was banned for 90 days. Me DSS never live YT. DSS बाट निस्किने हो कि परि अब यता टिटिसमा आउने हो कि मिस्टर हाकिम सीमा एकाउन्ट रे I don't see your account. ऑनलाइन ही देखना था भाई 90 डेज को सर्वर होता है 10 साल को बैन वो सर्वर नहीं होता है वो तो है भाई वो तो है मोमोले चाहिँ 2 आवर्स ago यही 2 आवर्स ago हो अनलाइन आयो जस्तो छ फेरि 6 minutes ago देखायो फेरि Damn, look at that popularity. वो तो है भाई ऐसा होगा मेरा ओके होरो स्पोर्ट्स ऑन टॉप 9 ड्रॉप 1 पोजीशन ऑलवेज स्लिप यस मोमो इज लेजी ऑलवेज स्लिप्स मोमो लेजी हो ओपन माय अकाउंट भाई वेट योर अकाउंट राइट this yes wow bro you are rich bro Imtiaz bhai you are rich your ID is better than mine look at this car look at this supercar your ID is better than mine Imtiaz bhai better than mine and McLaren oh my god better than mine X-suit look at this Momo darling was no buy I'm not I'll say look at my tell now which one is better yours is better bro what is this ID nah okay let's see third match will start now soon your ID is your ID no your ID oh car I'm talking about car supercar bhai bichara bhai ko ID momo why are you mad momo why are you mad
Yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how
look
to
who say
win
poor
PMWC?
Oh, yeah, big secret. I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight. For those of you at home that were listening, teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tianba, the
Doing good.
Arena, they're playing
me.
very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it
Koi
down
poor
to the
bhane,
finer
मैले भने।
details.
Oh,
Okay, so
sorry,
I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so like, what's the best map to
मोमो
like
मैले
capitalize
देखेँ त
on
मिस्टर
points?
हाकिम
I mean,
सीमा
there is
एकाउन्ट
different teams with
मोमो
different
लेजी
play styles, so
मोमो
it
ले स्लिप्स
depends.
मी पुअर
Okay.
नथिंग इन
Yeah,
आईडी
that's fair.
भाई
Okay, it
वो
depends,
सुपर
yeah.
कार है आपके पास
How
आपके
about
पास
vehicles for like late
ओ
rotations?
मेरे
getting
को
into a good
चाहिए था
position? What's
वो
the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and
येलो
so
ब्लैक
different maps,
आपके पास
so
वो भी है
it depends
डासिया का राइट
of the
आपके
maps,
पास
yeah,
वो
as well.
रेड कलर का फरारी
sure.
भी है
Utility, okay, so like
So,
end of game, you know, smokes,
9
nades,
हो र कुन पोजिसनमा छ अहिले 9 मा छ
advantages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the
अब
cycle,
ये
so I
टिम
will
चिकन हान्नुपर्छ
associate
क्या
it depends.
एक टिम चिकन और लाइक टप 2 विथ
Okay.
लस अफ किल
Luti,
It's not that easy, you know.
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
Let me
like,
guess. It depends.
यस भाई
Sacre bleu.
no,
वो
boy,
है ना भाई वो
everyone
काफी
knows
है
it's
मेरे
a
पास तो
P90.
वो ओल्ड है भाई
Okay,
बुगाटी
back to you, casters. I hope you're ready.
ट्रांसफर इज फाइन बट nowadays I don't like Bugatti I don't like Bugatti that's why I don't use like whenever I drive right I don't use Bugatti नेवा तिमीले त्यत्रो पैसा खर्च गर्छ क्रेट ओपनिङमा गाडी चाहिँ निकाल्दैनौ तिमी लक्की छौ त यार नेवा गाडी निकाल न एउटा गाडी सेन हान यार everything somebody give me as a everything somebody give me or गाडी सेना ना यार निकालेर
one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last
Oi,
aerial of
होइन
the day.
त्यो
It's time to put up
हैदान
some
खेल्न लाग्यो क्या
serious points. I mean,
गेम
we're
त
still super early in this
अघि
tournament.
को हो
We're
त्यो
already starting to see
हैदो
some
जस्तो
teams,
छ
right,
त
make some things happen. I was
वो
able to
विन
talk
भाइ
to
PMWC
one
च्याम्पियन
player
ट्रफी
in
भाइ
particular. As we were getting into this game, I happened to see S Power from Godlike. You know, that
not yet this is the final day one everything somebody give me this is the final day one
before we get into this next match.
I don't know who will win maybe
Domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on
Aurora
that is bold. That's the sort of
they are on
confidence that
top
you want to see.
TN is on top
For Godlike, they do
Beat
want
on
to try and
top.
push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly
let's see भाइ
situation in a state
खै त
of
फेस क्याम रे
flux when it comes
फेस
to
क्याममा
those tables.
काम गर्नुपर्छ नि त भाइ साथी साइडमा काम नि गर्नुपर्छ अनि के छ हो मिस्टर एसएस वेलकम है हाकिमको लाइभमा पधार्नु भएको छ वेलकम
So far on 12 match sets, time and time again, but moving over to that expanded
हाकिमको लाइभमा पधार्नु भएको छ
18 set. That's where
Welcome,
consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that
Okay, मेरे पैर एक टाइम हो गया भाई मैं बाद में आऊँगा भाई ओके प्रेयर टाइम ओके भाई नितेश भाई अच्छे से करना
But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, yeah, God, get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for.
माथि लेखेको छ नि त ओके भाई मेरी प्रेयर का टाइम हो गया भाई मैं बाद में आऊँगा भाई भनेछ नि त प्रेयर भनेको के हावा के पढेर मैले
in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads.
He's from India, I know for sure.
Good couple zones, good couple situations.
Punjabi रहेछ क्या
They're
20
going to take full advantage of it.
पगड़ी लगाया छ त
Right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner.
ले लो भन्दैछ त
We saw that team vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So
होइन अघि चाहिँ पिटी पढेको थियो हो अरे
consistently like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the
पढ्न नजानेको हो क्या फर्स्टमा बुझेन
one thing that stands out to me
बुझेन परि पढ्न नजानेको हो क्या
is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that
average ignition 1 average damage 500
it has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked 4th Thrive's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get
ठुलो साउना छ परि अनि मेरो चाहिँ सानो साउना छ हो
really nice stuff from that
बनाइ त्यस्तो छ भने
they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that 4th Thrive's made in
ल अब होराको कमब्याक हेरौँ नि
not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo, he's hiding in a corner, you don't know exactly where he is. You disengage, you don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there.
होइन अहिले त ठिक छ रे अघि नै त मैले सासले बोलाएको थिएँ हेलो के छ भन्दै नो फियर नै फियरमा छ जसरी खेल्दा छ
is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't
नो फियर हैन अघि त्यो घरबाट चाहिँ किन निस्किनु क्या त्यो स्काइला हान्दाखेरि घरबाट कभर फाटिदिनु नि किन भाग्न खोजे हैन सिधै आइहाल्यो हैन त्यसले त फुली टाटा बाइ बाइ बरु पछाडिबाट अलिकति पछाडिबाट गएको भए हुन्थ्यो नो फियरले घुस खाएको छ अरे हुन सक्छ घुस खायो जस्तो छ
But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris.
Rondo
Rondo
को हाइलाइट आयो त्यो एनएसले डबले किल उठाएर छ त नि 5 किल चियानले कति उठाएर छ 8 किल किलनेसन 14 किल ओराले यसमा उठाउन सकेन के आज रोन्डोमा उठाउन सकेन के ओराले मेन प्रब्लम त त्यो रोन्डोमा किल उठाउन सक्यो भने मजाको आउँछ के रोन्डोमा चाहिँ किल उठाउनु पर्छ के रोन्डोमा त तिम्रो रिकल पनि हुन्छ नि त हैन
It's got to make, you know, Ida and Enigma Galaxy have to start second.
रोन्डोमा चाहिँ किल उठाउनु पर्न सक्ने हुनुपर्छ के
At the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know,
ओरा स्पोर्ट्स को आयो यो चाहिँ लभली हान्यो है नो फियरले यो चाहिँ हानेको है तिनीहरु दुई जनाले
Pachinki is in the name, right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now they have fourth drives coming into play. It's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For when he eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to
रिकल गर्नु मान्छे हुनु पर्यो
to a quick video.
एकजना चाहिँ रिकलमा जाने हो के फाइट खेल्न लागेपछि तुफान टाइम इज अलवेज नट सेम रे हुन त हो बट हाम्न चाहिँ पर्छ क्या हेर न फेरि तिम्रो उसमा हान्नु परेन त रोन्डोमा किल हान्न सकेन भने त अरूमा त के हान्न सक्ला रोन्डोमा हेर अस्ति एउटाले 30 किल हान्यो हो र स्पोर्ट्सले 5 हो कि 6 किल मात्रै हाने थियो सेकेन्डमा आवेला उसमा नि अहिले 6 पोइन्टमा मर्यो लास्ट फर्स्ट गेम सिन्स वी आर हियर एट द टप अरे त हान्छ त भरि हामीलाई मनपर्ने टिमले मात्रै हान्दैन हो
소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다. EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오! 많이 나왔는데? 어이씨 뭐야?
짱pan이 걸건 나도 가야죠.
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다. 대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 WC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다. 아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
नोफियरलाई भोमिट गरेर खेल्दैन अब भोमिट गरेर खेल्दैन अब हेलो परिवेले हेलो युजरन फायर हेलो स्कुलबाट आयो अरे अब त मैले त सुनेको युजरन फायर अब होस्टेल जाने रे त 10 कक्षामा पढेको भए के भएछ त नोफियरलाई भोमिट गर्ने पाराले भोमिट हुने पाराले के गर्यो नोफियरले त्यही भएर मैले हैटुलाई देखिरहेको थिएँ हो लेसी कस्तो गेम जान्छ है अब नो फेयर गरेपछि हैटु धेरै खेल्दैन नि त हैटी आउँछ मैले हैटीलाई देखिसकेँ अघि नै फर्स्ट पछि हैटीको साइडबाट देखिसकेँ मैले सपोर्ट गर्ने भनेको त्यहाँबाट हैन होर स्पोर्ट्स मैले सपोर्ट गर्ने भनेको किन थाहा छ हैटी भएर हो दामी भएर हो फेरि हैटीसँग मेरो पहिलेदेखि नै कुरा गर्छ नि त अनि आजकल नि कुरा भइरहेको हुन्छ नि त त्यही भएर हैटीसँग चाहिँ मेरो कुरा भइरहेको हुन्छ नि अब उसले काम परेको बेला यसो सानोतिनो हेल्प गर्छु त्यही भएर Wara Sports झऱ्यो अहिलेको जस्तै पाराले झरेछ सोल्जरहरू 9 मा छ 36 पोइन्ट छ डबल बनाइसक्यो हो र इएले ए अन टप अरोरा TN NGX S2G FL OT तल हेर भाइबिलिटी पुरै I never listen his name रे हो र किन थाहा छ परि हो र के रे भने हजुरको भाइ अनि हैटु रे किनभने हैन परि हैटु फिफ्थ प्लेयर हो क्या हैटु बेन्च प्लेयर हो क्या त्यही भएर लिएर आयो हैन गेम खेल्न लिएर आयो बट बेन्च प्लेयरमै राख्दियो क्या हैटुलाई ओराले टुर्नामेन्टमा चान्सै पाएन कि खेल्नलाई राम्रोसँग त्यही दिदी गड हैटदामी पहिलाको लियो एक्समा हुँदा त्यही हैटदामीलाई चान्सै दिएन क्या फिफ्थ प्लेयरमा राख्दियो हैटुले अरू ठाउँमा गएको भए मजाले खेल्न पाउँथ्यो क्या टुर्नामेन्टहरू यसमा चाहिँ खेल्नै पाएन ब्लगर भएर बसेछ त्यही भएर मलाई एउटा मन नपर्ने कुरा चाहिँ त्यो हो रमाइलो लाग्छ खेल्नै पाउँदैन अब राम्रो छ अरू प्लेयरहरू स्काईहरू राम्रो छैन छन त होइन स्काई नोकियर स्लिपियर राम्रो छ स्लिपी पछाडि आयो होइन हैटु भन्दा नोकियर पछाडि आएको अनि हैटुलाई फिफ्थ प्लेयर राखेको पहिला मिस्टर बोरो जस्तै हो क्या मिस्टर बोरो पनि फिफ्थ प्लेयर घरमै बसे जस्तो हो पक रे के पक आसमा इज ग्रेट वाइ आसमा इज ग्रेट आसमा इज नट ग्रेट आसमा इज नट ग्रेट त्यो इमेल खोल्नु पर्यो
And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad. Satan, through the door! What a clutch!
DVS King हो नि DVS King lovely King हो नि खतरा खेल्थ्यो नि पहिला कम खेल्थ्यो त
I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there.
म खाना खाएर हेर्दै फिलिङ चुपु हो र हुन्छ पकरे ए ठ्यासमाया एमबिबी हुन्छ कि हैट्यो गरे के थाहा हेरिसक्यो त हो तिम्रो सर्ट्स राखेर रहेछ भिडियो राख्यो भनेर उस गरेको
They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have
MVP हुन्छ के हेरौँ MVP होराले यो गेम चिकन खानै पर्छ के किल दरो उठाउनु पर्छ के
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at.
अहिले आज गेम राम्रो भएन मरेको गरेन अहिले हैटेलाई मैले मेसेज गर्छु के गरेको भाइ के प्रब्लम भयो भनेर भन्नु पर्छ
I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Aaron Gale is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
Last game मा चाहिँ म मिटिङमा
They have only lost one player this time around. But the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player, you don't get the loot truck, you're under-looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall. And where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops, these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop a Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it,
yeah, well,
enemy attack. 63 आइटिएको त जहिले थर्ड पार्टी टुर्नामेन्ट पनि धेरै भयो नखेलेको हैटे सिधा वर्ल्ड कप खेल्दा हल्का त चोकी हुन्छ अरे चोक हुन्छ अरे
I think subjective opinion for a lot of people.
खेल्नै दिँदैन भाइ युजर भाइ
If we give up our drop spot,
खेल्न दिनु पर्यो नि
are we just going to be easily pushed around in the
अनफायर
future,
भाइ
right? Like, are you trying
खेल्नै
to
दिँदैन
do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like
बेन्चमा राखिदिएको छ नो फेयरलाई प्रब्लम भयो बल्ल खेल्न पायो नत्र खेल्न पाउँथ्यो त पाउँदैन थियो नि हैन
strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else.
अब हैटीलाई प्रब्लम छैन अब भित्र त प्रब्लम भइहाल्छ हैटीलाई हैन बाहिर नभनेको मात्रै हो हैन बट प्रब्लम त स्योर हुन्छ हैन खेल्न नपाएर अब खेल्न भनेर अब गएको हो नि त नामको मात्रै हो र स्पोर्ट्स जस्तो भयो नि त हो र हैटे त एचएलएक्सबाट पहिले अनि खेल्न हो ल हेर अनि त्यता राखेछ उलाई अब यस्तो गर्न नि सक्छ क्या उसले त के अरे पार्ट टाइम बेच्दिन नि सक्छ सिआरसनहरूले त अर्को टिमबाट खेल भनेर लाइक तिमीले एचएलएक्सबाट कहिलेकाहीँ खेल्छौ भने त एचएलएक्सबाट त्यो साथी भएर खेले होला कहिलेकाहीँ अब खेल्न नभएर होइन लोनमा त्यही लिनु नि त्यही भने एटलिस्ट राम्रोसँग खेल्न त पाउँछ नि नेटवर्कै मैले किनभने आई नेभर सपोर्ट ओभर स्पोर्ट्स क्या बिफोर पनि कहिले पनि सपोर्ट गरिनँ होइन अनि मेरो मैले के अरे लियो हैटी लियोमा हुँदाखेरि लियोलाई सपोर्ट गरेँ अनि बल्ल यता आएपछि अनि ठिक छ ल ओभरलाई उस गरौँ न हेरौँ भने तर मैले सपोर्ट गर्ने भनेर चाहिँ मैले ओभरको उसलाई सिआरसन ओभरकोमा जाने सब्सक्राइब गरेर उस गर्ने त्यो चाहिँ गरेको छैन मैले बरु उता के अरे लियोमा हुँदाखेरि सुसलाई अनि हैटरलाई किसिहरू पठाइदिइराख्थेँ थिएँ पहिला होइन डिआरएस त मलाई डिआरएस पनि मेरो पहिला फेभरेट भनेको चाहिँ एक्स थियो होइन एक्स थियो अनि एक्स डिस ब्यान भयो होइन त्यसरी मिस्टर बोकोले के भन् गर्यो त्यहाँबाट मैले मिस्टर बोकोको च्यानल अनसब्सक्राइब गरेर हेर्नै छोडिदिएको त्यस पछाडि धेरै वर्ष अगाडि त्यस पछाडि हैटीहरू भयो अनि यताउता यिनीहरू सबलाई हेर्थेँ नि त मैले पहिला यताउता हैट इन्कर्स हेर्थेँ नि त मेरो आइडी त्यो लस पढेर आइडी यताउता र इन्कसले खेल्थ्यो पहिला इन्कसले खेल्थ्यो अनि पछि यताउतालाई दिएको थिएँ अनि सोल्टीहरू बढी चाहिएर अनि मैले छोडिदिएको अनि पछि म्यासेज गरेको थियो आइडी चाहियो भनेर डिआरएसमा को छ र पहिला त डिआरएस रुल्सहरू हुँदा चाहिँ राम्रो थियो होइन त्यस पछाडि त सन्देश आएको थियो राम्रै भएको थियो पछि त टिटुके लियो दामी थियो नि पहिला टिम त्यही लियो खतरा थियो नि लियोको तिम्रो लिक्विड यिनीहरू दामीहरू होइन हुँदाखेरि दामी थियो नि अहिले त खोइ हरायो है लियो पनि परि सुत रातभरि सुताएन सुत लिक्विड आइजल त्यही लिक्विड खतरा खेल्थ्यो नि पहिला एक्स नै राम्रो हुन्थ्यो क्या लिक्विडलाई राम्रोसँग खेल्न दिएको भए हिजोको निन्द्रा त सुत क्या परि भोलि राम्रोसँग सन्चो हुँदैन
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All four players.
कहिलेबाट हो होस्टेल जाने अनफायर भाइ अब त गेम खेल्न नपाउने भयो है एसएलसी त एसएलसी हुन्छ नि हैन के हुँदैन एसएलसी आजकल के छ एसएलसी को साटो के हुन्छ सुन्दै छु रे ए हुन्छ ओजी को एउटा विच गट खुलित अनफायर भाइ एसई सी हुन्छ अनि त्यो चाहिँ के हो तिम्रो के लाइक एसएलसी जस्तै हो कि के हो एसई भनेको चाहिँ तिम्रो अनि तिम्रो त्यही तिमी पढेको स्कुलमा 12 सम्म पढ्न पाइन्छ हो के हो अनि एसएलसी भन्ने चाहिँ हुँदैन एससी सकेपछि के हुन्छ फेरि हल्का ढिलो जान्छु के ढिलो जान्छु के कहिले हुन्छ लाइक तिम्रो के अरे एससी सकेपछि चाहिँ के हुन्छ हाम्रो त एसएलसी हुन्थ्यो त्यसपछि सर्टिफिकेट आउँथ्यो ब्याचलर पढ्नु के अरे 11बाट एसएलसी नेम चेन्ज भयो एससी भएको 12 चाहिँ एसएलसी रे ए 12 लाई चाहिँ एसएलसी बनाएको ए नेम मात्र चेन्ज गरेको हो ओके अनि सेम थिङ लाइक बिफोर तिमी कलेज जान पायो कलेज भने चाहिँ 11-12 कलेजमै पढ्न पाइन्छ कि स्कुलमै पढ्नुपर्छ स्कुलमा पनि पढ्न पाइन्छ 11-12 तिमीले अहिले पढिरहेको स्कुलमै पढ्न पाइन्छ कि कलेजै जानुपर्छ एसएलसी पढ्न चाहिँ गर्न चाहिँ Vitality 1 kill Federal College okay Horror Sports उसमा छ Horror Sports फेरि अब रोटेसनमै जान्छ कि हो अहिले जस्तो जोन परेछ ओइ भाइ रे आसमाया मलाई तिम्रो एडिट हैन के मन पर्यो थाहा छ अगाडिको तिम्रो स्टार्टिङमा छ नि खतरा लाग्यो है जहाँ कमेन्ट हानिस् रे पक पक भने पक पक भनेर मलाई दुईटा आइडीबाट कमेन्ट गर्न लगाए पक 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 भन्दै दुईटा आइडीबाट कमेन्ट लगाए पक पक मलाई तिम्रो त्यो फर्स्ट स्टार्टिङ चाहिँ मन पर्यो ल तिम्रो इन्स्टामा स्टोरी छ नि मलाई तिम्रो इन्स्टामा चाहिँ स्टोरी हैन आसमा मैले एउटा कुरा नबुझेको चाहिँ इन्स्टामा युज स्टोरी र हैन युट्युबमा सर्ट्स किन बेग्लै वही छुट्टै त्यो चाहिँ मैले नबुझेको तिम्रो स्टार्टिङमा डिफरेन्स छ त इन्स्टाको स्टोरी राम्रो छ तिम्रो स्टोरीमा राखेको होरको स्काई कुलित मैले भन्दै थिएँ नि स्काई कुलित भयो स्काई पनि खोलित भइसक्यो हैरदामी एक्लै बाँकी छ उता स्लिपी रहेछ अब हैरदामी नि खोलित 1 HP छ उफ खोलित के गरेको यार के गरेको जहिले स्लिपी मात्रै बाँच्ने रहेछ फेरि सर्टमा काम छैन त्यस्तो छैन काम स्टार्टिङमा त्यो राम्रो छ त नि मलाई त मन पर्यो हौ यस्तो झन् खतरा देखिन्छ हौ कोले एडिट हानिदिएको राइट जिजी हो र त्यही भने आज 19 पोइन्टमै जाने भयो क्या
Little shout out to Mother Nature there for saying hi, and then
त्यो नि हाल्दिम रे हाल्दा हुन्छ त्यो नि हाल्दा हुन्छ कोले एडिट हानेको आसमा मेरो पनि भिडियोहरु एडिट हान्देऊ न म पठाइदिन्छु बरु मेरो आइडी मेरो पनि भिडियोहरु एडिट हान्देऊ न म तिमीलाई बरु त्यो वाउको भिडियो एडिट हान्देऊ न अनि के रे डिस्को के रे ड्राइभमा राख्देऊ हैन म ड्राइभमा राखिदिन्छु भिडियोहरु एडिट हान्देऊ न इज इट गुड यस यस तिमीले यस्तै पाराले एडिट हान्देऊ न रियली यस आई लाइक इट हान्देऊ त मेरो एडिट मलाई वाउको भिडियो एडिट हान्न अल्छी लाएर भिडियो नै अपलोड गर्न छोडेको म एक्सेस दिन्छु ड्राइभको हैन वाउको भिडियोहरु सब पोस्ट गरिदिन्छु म त नर्मली गरेर हैरदामी एडिट छ रे दामी त्यही हैरदामी एडिट छ दामी एडिट छ नि म त नर्मली गरे हो रे म अपलोड गरेर पठाइदिन्छु त त्यसो भए तिमीलाई आसमा मेरो नि एउटा एडिट गर्दै नि त हुन्छ भिडियो नभएर टिडिएम हान्न गएर आएको रे ए मेरो एउटा एडिट हान्देऊ नि त म एउटा पठाउँछु तिमीलाई हैन एडिट हान्दिन्छु मसँग छ भिडियो अहिले म देखाउँछु है S2G को सब जाने भयो अब टिएनले हान्ने भयो लास्ट गाई स्ट्यान्डिङ फ्रम S2G लेट्स सी टिएन को एक नक छ 6 किल आइसकेको छ पछाडिबाट अरोरा आइसकेको छ थर्ड पार्टीको लागि टिएन पनि खुलित अब आँखा तनक ओके अरोरा गेटिङ नक अरोरा अन टप ओके S2G खुलित टिएन पनि खुलित हुन्छ मैले थाहा पाइसकेँ टिएन पनि खुलित हुन्छ 3 नक छ लास्ट गाई स्ट्यान्डिङ Aurora last night standing एउटा ग्रिन र हान्ने हुन्थ्यो अरोरा बाँच्यो टिएनको 4जना बाँच्ने भयो क्या अरोराले एउटा ग्रिन हान्दैछ पछाडि हान्दै रहेछ बाँच्ने भयो आई क्यान ट्राई रे ओके अहिले यो गेम सकेपछि म देखाउँछु मेरो यसमा छ अनि ड्राइभमा राखिदिन्छु सियर हान्छ है तिमीलाई ट्राई है अनि फेरि तिमीले ड्राइभमै अपलोड गरिदिनुपर्छ नि अनि ड्राइभमै अपलोड गरेर सियर हान्नुपर्छ ओके अरोरा 1 HP ULF ले हान्दैछ 1 किल ये हेर न चारैजना बाँचेछ माथि छ दुईटा किल आएछ 10 चारैजना बाँच्ने भयो 7 किलमा हेर अरोरा पनि हेर न टप 4 एक ठाउँमा छ हैन अनि त्यसपछि टप 11 एक ठाउँमा छ टप 12 भनौँ अनि टप 13 to 15 एक ठाउँमा छ अनि टप 16 आइडिएले त पोइन्टै निकाल्न सकेको छैन हौ आइडिएले त एउटा पनि पोइन्ट निकाल्न सकेको छैन हौ तिनीहरू त किल दिन गएको हो आइडिए त गेम खेलेको होइन पोइन्ट्स दिन गएको हो आइडिए ओजी पनि त्यस्तै भइरहेछ पोइन्ट्स दिन गएको 4 गेम खेलिसक्यो 2 पोइन्ट्स दिन गएको ओजीले चाहिँ निकाल्न सक्छ यसमा हैन यहाँ त पोइन्ट्स दिन गएको आइडी कहाँबाट रहेछ यस्तो आइडी टिएन गेमिङ टिएन गेटिङ नक 1 चिकन इज ओपी 1 हो रे भाइ अब कहाँबाट 1 चिकन ओपी 1 मा अब त गाह्रो छ भाइ हेर टिएन अरोरा र एनजीएक्सहरु तिनीहरु टप हो त टिम गोइङ भाइ टाटा डिस्कर्ड जर्ड भाइ का डिस्कर्ड जोइन गर्न परेगा लेकिन मेरे लाइव में साउंड नहीं आता भाई डिस्कॉर्ड का
holding the edge of that circle because there's a lot of open field in this zone and now you're gonna see 4 thrives 6 eliminations so far Falak with 2 Zypha with 3 it's
keeping Rozog in
oh my I just saw that circle shift are you kidding me Enigma Galaxy they'll take that all day long right hey you know what sometimes you gotta get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts and they'll definitely take that one to the bank
yeah that's gonna be friendly for them for the time being
Discord का link नहीं है आपके पास
is to start scouting the other side of the river now though I feel like you need to get someone in fast the difficulty of course is that 4 thrives and now Vitality is starting to move in and they don't have an outpost there move over to the bridge a little bit out of the zone yeah I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank
okay top 10 remaining 7 kill EA got 7 kill is still on top
it's just going to be
Arena on top
for Enigma Galaxy the placements aren't really going to be
don't go away why
a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player top could not stay in for too much longer 4 thrives though getting crashed on
here they go Arena not messing around here just full set
it was a don't go why
from this team
हुन्छ म त फेरि काम पनि गर्नुपर्छ यहाँ
trying to hit that flick shot on Zypha. Zypha's really hurt here. Great teamwork though from Arena picking apart the likes of 4 thrives.
Korea, bye. OG is still there. Godel is still there. ULF. Godel र OG ले यो पाली पोइन्ट्स तान्छ जस्तो छ राम्रै ठाउँमा छ है ये दुईजना 9-10 किल आइसक्यो एउटा खोलित भइसक्यो अर्को किल त आउँछ he is bad boy रे how he is bad boy
It is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counter-pointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past.
I'm not in his Discord, so
I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight and third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east. Been fairly safe from Tiamba.
Yeah, I'm not in his Discord.
But they hold inside. And
and I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here
Maybe
in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third
Farooq
party and take
bhai,
those
I can
opportunities.
from
It's
Farooq
just
bhai I
kind of
can get
surprising
it.
to
I
see OG
think
just kind of hold back there for a
Farooq
second. Nigma
Farooq
Galaxy,
Ahmad
just due to the
Whitey.
terrain,
Where is
weren't
Farooq
able
Ahmad
to even think
Whitey?
about getting that third party, but because
Farooq
of
Ahmad
that fight,
Whitey.
it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on
10
us,
kill,
then
Tian
GG,
gets
they're
7
gonna shoot
kill,
at everything in
NZX
sight.
4 kill. Look at top 5 to top 9, right? Everyone is gone. So Vitality has chance to get
This is a replay
ahead.
of the roll-up. Okay, this is when Irina crashed on towards 4th rise. Falak.
Lovely analysis and
Very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about
Godel
that. When the flying vehicle
in
launches
kill
over
के
the
साथ
top, the bike
nice.
rabbits
They have nice zone.
sidelines.
I think no
Wasn't
one
ready
will
for it.
backfire
And
them.
unfortunate. Next circle though comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the west. So I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road.
Link मागेको एउटाले के भन्छ you will find it search you will find it भन्छ यार.
Godlike. Remember, as Power said, the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that
He won
thing,
me.
though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position.
रहेछ
And now
search
you
you
can
will
see
find it
Scarface getting up
भनिदिन्छ.
close and personal. As Power trying to smoke some things out
Link
by his
direct
team.
join गरौँ भनेको
Some
त.
time. It's going to be up to him and Admino, though.
I don't know how to
As they are
add
just trying to hold
that
the
frame
spot.
right?
Unfortunately for them,
Username.
though, it's outside a circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect
friendly
position to
कस्तो
be a part of
पठाएको
this. Oh, nice shots though from Admino, but unfortunately
Okay, now I
those
see
smokes
him.
are perfectly put, and
Jog,
he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it
How
had been
do
just
I
a little bit further,
join
that could have
his-
been a straight knock there. As Power gets across. Managed to get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and Irina, as well as Nigma Galaxy, also having
Hello,
to make
bye.
moves in the meantime.
All
Juice.
good, bro.
And move in from this
Wait,
east
okay.
edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have
Chicken
to
त either Tian
difficult
or
decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight
let's see.
forwards, try and get dead center here and contest
No,
with
they
Nigma
might,
Galaxy on the coastline. Into
but
the Vitality sidelines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across.
Yeah.
Unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little platform
Yeah.
was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Oh, able to get the heal off, and now get some shots downrange. Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him, though. Can Coops get to safety?
Thank you,
no,
Mama.
he gets knocked. And
Yeah, Arena, like, they are insane.
Thirst immediately there onto Coops. At Nigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Nigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are
I
down
missed the
to
first
just
game.
2 as Irina
Alu,
make the
here.
same mad dash. The mad
I missed the
dash
first game.
against Tiamba
Yeah,
will not work out for them, and Irina evaporated.
I woke up right after first game.
That is Tian, but they did put some good points on the board for them, and I love
Okay.
to see that aggression.
Tian has
Let's see if Tian
10
though,
kills,
can
so
put even some
they
more
will be
points
on
and
top
get this
probably.
chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable.
Godel,
S Power forced to hit the deck.
Ozi, now Godel.
Just punishing them. I mean, they have
Dumb.
this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready, didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba.
It's hard.
The
Okay,
final
Godel.
to Godlike as well. Another nade over
Godel
towards
भी
Tiamba.
चला
They're
गया.
in the crunches, Nigma Galaxy
Bye bye हो
move
गए.
up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan, they're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side, and Nigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Nigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we gotta push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us.
के डम भनेको आलु हो के रे के आलु
Applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things
Alu.
down a little bit though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all
Okay.
of the utility up until the last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. but the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air, and that's
OG can get kill, right? But I don't think they will get chicken because they are on down, and people might get elimination from top. Yeah. NGX is on nice spot as well, so they can get kill on the down and from the left. Look at this.
What a game from Nigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful.
Yeah, they need to come to zone. Yeah, they need to come to zone. Eagle is down.
On this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tianba.
Done.
Will go down
Yeah,
to
done.
Tiamba, knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match.
Vitality, like they are in nice spot, right? But yeah, they will get shots from both team, from ULF and then NGX.
As well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Axel that catches him
Yeah,
out.
chicken is for
It's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last
ULF.
player up. Is he able to survive?
Yes.
Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do,
One is knocked, right? They are trying to push.
teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are
Like they don't buy that much. Like this only like some esports player, right? हाँ भाई ये लोग ने वो भी नहीं दिया है भाई, ये PMWC का क्रेट भी नहीं दिया है ना. Look at. Oh, I thought like they did not give. Oh, okay. I thought like they bought for that one.
They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match.
But they might have. They will be, I think, on top 5 or top 6. Let's see. ULF. Yeah.
It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tiamba holding off against the triple crash. It was
और वो तो जोन पे ही नहीं था ना, वो ओपन पे जा रहा था. हाँ.
It was a shame that Tiamba couldn't go the full distance. They did get shut out.
पता है.
And I feel like for Orangutan, they could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there. And hopefully they can.
वो S2G को पता नहीं था. Yeah.
Great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of. Their performance in the group stage, but
नहीं तो वो S2G ने पहले ही उसको ओरा को मार दिया होता, फोकस होता तो.
I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression, zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see,
Yeah, they did not get much point, so probably 20 points max.
Just straight
I see.
aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of eliminations. Unfortunately, don't get the chicken.
I saw like 6 kill when they were trying to go for Nigma.
Over the ridgeline, it worked out well for them. And again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3.
6 point था ना ये लोग का पहले 6 में था, second last में था ना. Oh, then 2026, yeah, might be in top 6 probably. Top 6 or top 7.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. Irina looking fantastic so far. So let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, you're going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์กับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับ
ก็แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected
but ऐसा होता है भाई वो most of the team right plays like they played totally different game in final than in qualifier game.
Really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference
वो
in
तो है
approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจอะเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ Survival Stage อะฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรกันครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. Like, so we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone.
Yeah, look at that 40 as well. Like they were so good at qualifier. Now they are top 13, 14. Now.
So that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
Let's see. But like when the point is gap is getting more and more, it will be probably totally hard. And like if you get loss of kill in Rondo, that's the way to go on top. I think yeah, EA or like they one of those had loss of points, right? I thought like how did they get so much points? And I thought like I was watching the post game Irangle and I just realized like there was Rondo on top on post. Supposed to be. Yes, yeah. I didn't have idea about the first game. Okay.
Today our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map.
They might have got like loss of kill as well or what?
In the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple. Find them, grab them, and bring them back.
No.
But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points.
Tian got lots of kill.
Envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Really? Nice.
Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mana tengok di daerah sini. Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu cara gini mereka.
Oh. And Aurora and then NGX, like Aurora had lots of kill in first game. Aurora and Tian. Tian got 16 kill, and then Aurora I think more than 16. 17. एक बंदा रिकॉल पे और किल चाहिए ये तो वो है ना लाइक डॉग का टीम है ना, डॉग ऑरोरा पे, आई मीन लाइक ऑरोरा हाँ
Today is going by so quick. It feels like a final here at PMWC at PWC 26. And these players are currently putting up the numbers. By the way, for everybody currently watching home, don't forget about the
भाई
PMWC.
मेरे को ओ PUBG डैश वाओ डैश था ना $100K का, उसका ऑफर आया था मेरे को। सिटीजनशिप नहीं है ना भाई।
Grossa looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken. And I personally just want the Grossa.
Yeah, I do have the Groza. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that.
I don't know, like they were choosing for like new face, I think, like sort of new face, and then they might have like added those, and I think once that is full, then they will not do apps for other people.
Players alive, none other than Ulf, Natura.
Oh, finally, you said it right. We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf still around, still here to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had one or two fights in the mid stage of the game, OG more notably, but then they were able to just hold their
Look at ULF got 20, like I mentioned, they will get 20 points, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta this year. And you know what, they're able to...
IDA, right? IDA esports, they're playing for giving the points to other team.
Nemo Galaxy, I got a segment later on, but you know what? It's good to see that once they do get out of the hot drop 7, they can actually put up big points.
They can put up those big points.
वो pushing की भी drop हो जाएगा, right? And then they just give them. Only once they get kill was that like when they knock Nigma there, right? And get the kill.
Teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them, and being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zone, so they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to the eastern side, but still, to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow starting teams, and they are one of them, but I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that.
Like behind, yeah. But hard है भाई. आज तीनों गेम में वो only 2 kill लेके गया भाई.
But finally being able to wake up, Max, none other than 4thrives. 4thrives getting 8 eliminations this last match.
Good to see. Finally good to see, especially a lot of those eliminations.
But they are on like 2 different parts. Like they go to one side, right?
They won that little bit of an encounter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish. Really good numbers from Huzaifa. But they had a very good early rotation, and you could say a bad rotation from Nongshim Red Force, where they catch them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know 4thrives, right, Nipchura? If they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did. And Nongshim Red Force took a massive L there. So 4thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state, and it's just been really difficult for me to watch 4thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times, and I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Did you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for the team, so for him to go out early, yes, Huzaifa is able to clutch, but you know,
पता नहीं भाई क्या कर रहा है.
Somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
I thought like Aura Esports will go to S9. They used to have S9 drop location, right? I don't know how it got changed.
Looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations, we talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations. It's also E-Arena. Like, we sort of like look at
Let's see the other game.
We're gonna have to get a mashup with these two teams.
2 more game left or last one?
Making it in those top 5
2 more, right?
They are
2 more,
clearing
yeah.
their space.
Yeah.
They're grabbing the eliminations
This
along the
instead
way.
of
Even
like
in a
doing
fight
like
where
straight, they
I saw,
should do
I
like
think it was,
alternate.
Galaxy could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention. But E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they won. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they won. And obviously, early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off us. We're actually looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing
or like let's say like no bikini, right? But there should be like Sianok, right? They had been adding Sianok for a long time, and they like directly removed those, and they did add Rondo, right? But they should not have removed Sianok as well instead of 3 angle, right? It's like added Sianok. Like Bikini, they removed so early. It's fine, right? They removed them.
But they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly what I loved about the fight with For Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there. It's a dip, and then you got those 2 cliffs. And what actually they ended up using is they went off the cliff, back behind For Thrives, and then used that terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion.
I hope everything ends by 11:30.
A team that is slightly struggling.
I got a meeting at 11:30.
That was just the death now. So very well played by EA. Good knowledge of the terrain and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
It was. It really was.
Max, there is something that has been pretty much pissing us off when we talk about Erangel, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now,
I'm at work right now.
They're just wondering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, you saw what we can do when they can actually get out the hot drop. But here
Like I do work from home, right? So mine is remote, so that's right. I don't have any meeting until 11:30.
Like, okay, Ida, you should not be going for this hot drop. You know as a clear-up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never go up this location.
Yeah.
And it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because Ida are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
It's really weird, right? Because for Nigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1, 2, that's it. But you're right, Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Nigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that.
They have like enough, like look at this gone. That's good enough gone, right? But still like they cannot fight.
One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry. And I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day.
I know, but like it's not that like IDA right has not been playing, but they choose this drop location because they are also being used to playing here.
You're not gonna win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like 4 Thrives, I think it was on one of the Erangels earlier, Niptura, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki, waiting for the loot trap to come out, because they know no one is gonna get that loot trap, because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course here, Big respect, by the way. Nigma Galaxy, the smokes, and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed. But one mistake, one slight error.
That's why, like, they are.
Chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when Four Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early.
Yeah, they know, like, they are very comfortable, right? So.
Stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pochinki, it wouldn't be Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcase what they were able to do.
Yeah, I did need to. If they want more point, right? They need to change the drop location from tomorrow. I'd say.
But when we're talking about someone, you gotta pretty much see here.
Look at that, like dude getting grenade from two sides, three sides, right?
Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not
Of
even getting any
course.
further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think, Nigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But Eat Up just,
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting Four Thrives on their first rotation
And they
after
look
the
punky.
looting stage. This is, look, even here.
Are we on break right now?
Everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you.
के छ पङ भाइ त्यो हो र स्पोर्ट्स त खुलित होला जस्तो छ त
The loot truck you can see on the left side of your screen. He came back for round two. Round two, and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max.
Yeah, look at this.
Picado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the.
हैटुलाई लोनमा दिए हुन्छ हो गेम अझै खतरा हुन्छ हैटुको गेमले त्यही युजर फायर लोनमा दिएर हैटुलाई राम्रो गेम बनाउन दिनु पर्यो क्या अब फ्युज प्लेयर राखेर तिम्रो सर्टेन थर्ड पार्टी टुर्नामेन्ट मात्रै खेल्न दिएर के गर्ने भन त लुक एट दिस भाइ एरिना 10
Tiamba continuing on those consistency eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the Elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going.
OT already on top 8. ULF on top 5, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc.
Yeah, if they played one night, they will be in top 5, just like that. Top, I'll say top 3.
Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement
top
points.
3, top 4, yeah.
They got second place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points. After 3 wrangles back to back to back. Quite disappointing, especially.
Oh, which one you are supporting? Godel or OG? No, I mean like one of those.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day or start to the finals.
Only one.
This is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead.
I know like OG and then Godel, they are the like they goes way back, but I'm more familiar with Godel than OG.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right
Just
now.
because God like Jonathan was there, that's why I'm more familiar. OG, I'm not sure like OG. Was Mabi playing from OG before? Was he on that IGL from OG when he was playing? No, not before when Mabi was playing.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are
OG is the new team, okay. Indian team भनेको मैले I know like Godel, yeah, I know. Aura 19, Godel 13, OG and 10.
You've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what
driver's license,
yeah, Aura needs one chicken or like good game, they will be in top 5 as well.
They are playing incredibly scared. So Neptura, after your sort of worried statement, I am also worried in that
Godlike as well, like one good game, they will be on top 5-6.
up behind Nigma Galaxy. and they did nothing.
Okay, let's see on this.
See more out of, especially towards that second page.
Let's see
It's none
if
other than
the
Godlike, and I would
like
love to see the
first game
players
goes
stand
nice
apart
here,
today, because this
they
is a
might
team
take the momentum, like either Hora or like Gorel, right? They might take momentum. I only know S Power from before. I don't know others from Gorel because I have been hearing his name from long back. S Power. I'm supplementing Tien. Yeah, Tien back. Why? It break pani 30 minute ko huncha kya restart nahi hunna re. Yeah.
If you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some
I'll be right back, okay, bye.
mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here
I'll be
you
right
have
back.
to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S Power, from Admino, even Sommei. And Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manu is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now, because Manu is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few others sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught out.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Enigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive. That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of players. S Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Blank here to talk about everything.
Oh, you're my
that's been going
special
on.
little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man here on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of the adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu has been amazing.
Yeah.
Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Ignore that bit.
Ignore that bit. Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments. And yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Please. Okay,
where's
so
my box?
The thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves
moment
back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now. What do you think?
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed, because the confidence came through. every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
Milu.
I do like Milu.
Oh.
It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer.
Okay,
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty
old.
He goes way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard, he's a grizzled warrior. But he looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular, because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me, because I was like, get in, lads. This is fine. You've got it.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50. Yeah, okay. Great job, lads. Great job, me.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right. They prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. And let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked... It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E-Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but 4thRives had like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena is just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky, which even they, I don't think, are very sure about at this point in time. I remember a time when Schweppes, you know, was sweeping aside the competition. But again, I think E-Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet. But they do have the massive potential, Kale.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past with Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen, the tournament favourite, playing for Team Liquid against Nahal Sarin for SAUL.
Okay.
So pretty big game, mainly for Team Liquid. You know, SAUL have popped up across a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So Team Liquid, I'm not going to pretend like they're near the top at the moment either, to be honest with you. Fair. They're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment, but they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next 2 games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, we had the first quarterfinal, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative, and he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got 2 players. One of them's already progressed through, and Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well.
Okay.
So Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Denis was trying to almost preempt the win. He was practicing putting the key into the trophy yesterday. So, you know, maybe that's a good omen?
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent's key that he'd beaten in the winning trophy. So it wasn't even his own key. He was like knocking someone out and then putting them on a pedestal straight away. But yeah, it's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out of PUBG Mobile, have been knocked out of several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons, have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot. But then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the Club Championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26, we got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. Ooh. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they were able to start off hot, but they're just gonna keep going down that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more from Reefus as well. That has kind of like been underperforming a little bit. Even Ziol. Ziol, I can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo. So sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziol has definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber, but it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Jolly get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well, because similarly to Ziol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall, I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay. It's not far behind first, but we just want to see more because we know that they can do so much more.
Yeah, and for me, no pass for Reefus. Okay, Reefus, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you, okay? Any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well, but here we go. We're looking at the overall place. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max, if he were to be an embodiment of a coach, you pick Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was, wasn't that your
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction?
Yeah.
Obviously being 7th place there, not doing terribly, but come on.
23 points behind.
Inner coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Team Flash. Oh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but Team Flash. I feel like actually there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking at Horror Esports, Neptura. This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Horror Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not. And I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But typically, this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had like your typical rule set, sure, fair enough. You can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but Smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Niptura, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1.
Alright, I'm back.
Day 2, they
Cool
tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's a really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking, and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Rule on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Rule. And this is something that you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to PMGO Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives, what was it, 50-plus point lead after day 1? Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the Smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the Smash Zone once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back to back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. Yeah. For them, being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Enigma Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from
PMWC
Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Raul,
hello,
of course, Enigma Galaxy. Now, buddy, I gotta get in there and ask, the pop-off,
what do you think next will get the chicken?
Game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team.
Yeah, let's first check the zone, right? And then we'll find out. We'll guess one team.
I mean, Ida knows we've been landing in Pushinki, me personally, for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us, they want to prove themselves.
Just like
but they know we won't change.
Okay. I'm just gonna like be in meeting and then याद सी भन्ने UK बाट खेलेको हो कि के हो रे हो
So yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
I mean, we kind of
के पङ पाइ
the cast in the moment thinking it's doing more damage to them.
के UK बाट खेलेको हो कि के हो
Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term. It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now in the
अनि यिनीहरु प्यारिसमा छ त अहिले प्यारिसबाट त खेल्यो नि एचसी भन्ने दाइरे यो भन्दा अगाडिको मा पनि बटन 16 तिर अहिलेको मा पनि रे को चाहिँ
It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so We keep it up, keep the momentum.
कुन चाहिँ आइडी भन्ने आइडिए भन्ने इडा भन्ने
Always lovely to chat to Ralph. There you go. Nigma Galaxy. Let's see if they can do it.
I see the key crusher on stage. I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
त्यारा क्रिउ रे
That's why I found a crusher of my own.
यो छ र यहाँ खोइ मैले देखिन त हत्यारा क्रिउ भन्ने छ र
Now let's crush this watermelon.
How long? Oh my god. How long is lasting? I think this will start now. Yeah. Yeah. Need to start quickly. Yeah.
For T1.
Like I heard like one of the team from Hora like vomited, right? The no fear, and then he exited the game. So heard time he was there, right? Maybe some. Yeah. No fear. Got that. Happened that one. But on to team out by going Nathan. खोइ मलाई त थाहा छैन भाइ मैले त उस्तो हेरिन नि त नि अरु त हेरिन नि मैले राइट कत्रो टाइम लाग्यो त्यही भने Yeah, it's probably 30 minutes at starting from break. 30 minute break दिए जस्तो छ हो अन फायर भाइ तिमीलाई कसरी थाहा भयो त नि के रे हाम्रो नो फियरले चाहिँ भोमिट गर्यो हैन एचसी सेकेन्ड लास्ट भएको रे एचसी सेकेन्ड लास्ट भएको हो र कुनमा चाहिँ अन फायर भाइ यो भन्दा अगाडिको त्यो गाकोमा कि ईडब्ल्युसी मा मलाई थाहा हैन ईडब्ल्युसी एचसी नि थियो भनेर एउटा टिम थियो भन्ने बुझे थिए पहिलाकोमा पनि त्यही भएको हैन त अरे खै मलाई त थाहा छैन मैले त फर्स्ट टाइम फेरि लाइक मैले कति पछाडी हैन के रे ए हो र ओके मैले कति पछाडी ई स्पोर्ट्स हेर्न सुरु गरे के कति पछाडी यो मैले पीएमजीसी अरु कुनै नि फलो गर्न नो प्रब्लम भाइ नो प्रब्लम
What would I be crushing? You know who would I be crushing? No.
Yes, Han Hora Han Ray. Look at that back. Sing Han Hora Han.
I would be crushing.
Look at that.
The key.
Han Hora Han.
Because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not.
I don't know who is doing like maybe can.
And turn into a paste. And squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell. Probably, I don't like it. It's not fun.
What's his name tag? Gorbuza, something like that, or what?
Looking at me very intensely is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is.
पहिलाको त भाइ इन्सेन्ट राम्रो थियो नि हौ अनफायर भाइ एभ्री टाइम के हान्ने चाहिँ हैन क्यामेरामा मात्र देखाएको छ के गर्ने थियो यो के गर्ने यसले गरेर Oh, they should start the game fast.
PMWC, how about we crush that? We'll love to end up
OG र गडलाइको के भएको छ अहिले they are on top.
Squeaky chicken.
The what?
Squeaky
Like-
chicken. Crush that and see what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're going to be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing, oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time too, as we're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far. A PMWC.
What tattoo?
With this one, that one
Are you
had to
talking
see
with
the
Chad or?
but this was honestly ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one, but yeah.
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out of it.
That one, oh, that was my favorite one so
That's
far, Max.
so good.
23 GC winner ILC. Next time ILC did not qualify for final. They went out from the qualifier.
But some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position was really big for Nongshim Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. It was like, ooh, never the reigning champions of PFGC, not in the finals of PMWC.
I was like, ooh, maybe not. Hora, we love
Rosemary को team कुन हो रे खोइ मलाई थाहा छैन यार Rosemary को त
and it's dumb, but here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go. Aleka, I mean, and it's
त्यही 26 मा अब हेरौँ को विनर हुन्छ त्यो पनि क्वालिफाई हुँदैन होला
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate
यस्तै
yourself
भइरहेछ
from
हौ
the competition.
त्यो बेला नि कि त DRS सेकेन्ड है थर्ड भएको हैन अनि त्यसरी अल्टर इ गरे अनि त्यसरी अर्को पाली त्यस्तै भएको हैन त टाटा बाइ बाइ
Give the other players a chance of like, okay, time to nade ourselves. You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners. Because otherwise, they're just not going to get anything done. So yeah, that's the best way to do it.
गरबुजा नै रहेछ मैले नाम ठिकै भने रहेछ
As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade
in Miramar
from like your regular color to now is starting to go
Godel Miramar में तो Godel and Hora का क्लास है ना
that they have adjusted, Lace, is with Godlike they haven't hot drop before. They did hot drop at the start of the tournament, but they realized it wasn't going to be going their way, and they stopped hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles.
they were like when they were playing like before the qualifier, right? They were taking like a fight, drop fight.
So seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and
BTR को लाइन भनेको भाइटालिटी हैन पंकी भाइ BTR भनेको भाइटालिटी हैन त्यहाँ छ हैन BTR को मलाई भनेको त त्यो पहिलाको त्यो दाजु भाइ थियो नि त्यो मात्रै थाहा छ अरु त कोही थाहा छैन BTR को त they were the one OG one त्यो दाजु भाइ जस्तै के I don't know if they are दाजु भाइ or no, but they were similar, right?
because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing.
What's going on? I was eating.
For everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well.
Nothing, bhai. Neva. What sports going down.
Just scan that. Scan that real quick right here.
Tournament will prediction scan the code to cast your vote. Or on what position? Maybe on 13th or 12th or 11th.
I think that is fair. I wish they would win, but
Aurora,
the way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But Four Thrives, also a team that needs to step up because look, I've been supporting you.
Sakchata, look at that. Those guys, Sakchata.
I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it.
Matire, Kiwani.
This is Four Thrives.
Look at this.
Hora, I can't touch that. Okay, I thought it was Hora. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
No.
I love that.
Insane amounts of insane time, bro. They took forever for this break.
Huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what sort of teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf, I think it's a win. Yeah? Yes.
Let's go. Big up for Ulf.
Let's go, Ulf. Ulf.
What about you, brother?
Ulf.
So we got some old fans in the house.
Yeah, she's best at DJ.
Let's roam in a bit. Hey guys, Four Thrives. Hey, okay, there we go. Got some
Let's
Four
go
Thrives
for
fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on Four Thrives?
Collab.
all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
See, I told Falak.
There's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
How is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all four tribes here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of four tribes?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our team and we love them all. They represent our country and represent us. So we are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting loud throughout the event?
खोइ थाहा छैन यार युजर फायर I don't know मलाई त्यो चाहिँ थाहा छैन BTR को नेम चेन्ज भएर भाइटालिटी भनेर चाहिँ थाहा छ हैन I think like they are the one from vitality त्यो चाहिँ थाहा त्यस्तै लाग्यो हैन but I'm not sure.
Enjoy the show. What we got going on down here? Hello, brother. How you doing? Yeah. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Okay, particularly I can't say anything for the first day because it's gonna be a tough competition. Is the EWC man all over the world? Everyone is competitive in this game. So let's wait till tomorrow so then I can say who can win. I know the game, how the game works. So let's just wait.
Yeah. त्यही हो भाइटालिटी by भाइटालिटी नै चेन्ज गरेर रहेछ BTR बाट आफ्टर टिम भाइटालिटी एक्वायर द इन्डोनेसियन अर्गनाइजेसन इन 2025 रे भाइटालिटी मा चेन्ज भयो तिम्रो BTR लाई एक्वायर गरेर रहेछ नि त चेन्ज गरेछ
We're looking for a horror win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the arena.
Avli, I need you to cover the
Oh my god.
Today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
This is insane. This is insane.
I have no interest in doing that.
This break time is insane, bro.
I'm gonna go to the beach just really
I
quick.
think I'll be fine for final match as well because by the time when the game ends there will be break, right? And then I'll be able to attend the meeting.
I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
Bro. गेम स्टार्ट हुन्न क्या त्यही भने खोइ यत्रो टाइम त नलगाउनु पर्ने हो कसले लगाउँछ यत्रो बित्ति टाइम whatever let's go one brand out in the meanwhile.
We have Naruto 6-7. 2.67.
6-7
Walino el Metino.
Hello Diamond Design bro, welcome. How are you? कैसे हो Diamond Design भाई? 1 2 3 1 2 3 Rhino. Look at my base. ठिक छ अरे खाना खायो गेम स्टार्ट हुन क्या गेम स्टार्ट हुन टाइम छ यार आउँछ होला अब के हो राम्रो त पर्दैन त एउटा राम्रो हानेर जाम भनेको गेम स्टार्ट हुँदैन चाहिन्छ र हान्दिन त माका डुङ Oh my god. Okay, now maybe the game will start soon. Let's go.
Good and looking very confident.
Okay, God and Horror head to head, right? Average elimination, average damage, placement. Okay, Horror is good on this. Okay, Mr. Boy getting call. Let's see. Let's see. Noodles खाएर आयो रे हो र खाना खानु पर्दैन त नुडल्स खाइदिएको टाइम जानु के को नुडल्स खायो
You know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Erangel in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from Godlike, and I want to see that
yes, yes.
into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals.
Really?
And well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace,
maybe there might be some problem.
Right now. Into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop or if they don't decide to hot drop?
I thought like when they showed like a head to head, right? I thought like game was starting and I came. No.
And because we were just saying as power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further. And I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on.
Let's go. We'll play Brian Nut Silence. Let's go. Diamond Design Bro PUBG खेल्छ कि नै Diamond Design Bro ले We'll play esports here on the time on site, and then we'll play a game. They keep increasing the time. Masai Saur.
Winner, Dan, chicken dinner, box.
Box.
Bombino sceriffo. Assassino.
किन म्याच डिले भयो एकचोटि सोध्नु पर्यो Yes, bhai. Oh, and I think that's why like Racers का एक ने vomit किया था no fear. Yeah, maybe. Really? Yeah. होगा होगा तो अच्छा होगा अच्छा होगा भाई होगा तो और इस पर डायर इन जेर ऑफ किल uh, I don't think it will be, but I hope. नहीं हो सकता है लेकिन और स्पोर्ट्स का भी एक प्लेयर को वॉमिट हो गया है ना फूड पॉइजनिंग हो गया है ना दैट्स व्हाई लाइक दे चेंज द फिफ्थ प्लेयर नहीं नहीं तो वॉमिट कैसे होगा भाई गेम के उसमें फूड पॉइजनिंग तो होगा नहीं नहीं डाला लेकिन वो उसका वो नो फेयर प्लेयर है ना उस वो ओरा स्पोर्ट्स का ओनर ने बोला था उसको वॉमिट हो गया है इसलिए दे चेंज द प्लेयर टू हेड दामी पता नहीं भाई वही बोला था हो गया नहीं तो वो तो पता नहीं maybe like they did not think that like they got food poisoning right हाँ वो नेपाल पे राइट उसको वॉमिट हो गया उसने खाना के लिए and we don't say like we got food poisoning or something like that so let's see
Ballerina cappuccina.
let's hope they are fine
Ballerina cappuccina.
I'm gonna ask Dami. Let's see.
Ballerina cappuccina.
If they like, let's say like if they stock that like goes on break till still 30 minutes more, that will be nice. Or more than 30 minutes. Otherwise, I have to go out in the middle of the game.
Boneca ambalabu. Udin din 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 dum ma din 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 dum. Cocosini.
Oh, I didn't get 6-7, bro.
Winner, chicken dinner, box.
Snake 7.
La vacca Saturno Saturnita.
Do you want me to help him? Okay. Okay.
Ballerina cappuccina.
आउँदैन हो गेम त सुरु नै हुँदैन स्नेक घरबाट कलायो
Ballerina cappuccina. Cappuccini. Bananino taurino. Gambino. Tapioceira motocicleteira. Teacano mustacino. Ballerina cappuccina. Flamingelli. Din dum, ma din dum. Putino mustacino. Ballerina cappuccina. La vacca Saturno Saturnita. Frigo camelo. La Esoc secolà. Mangelli. Pesciolino Cascolino. Ghepardo Cabrioletto.
They're like, okay, we hear you. How about we just flip it upside down, and we end up being more aggressive and end up getting only one placement point after 4 matches.
This is not the Nongshim Red Force that were crowned your PMMI 2026 champions. I'm just going to be brutally honest right now. They look like a shadow of their past selves. We know they can do so much more, and I mentioned it earlier, right, is that especially they got caught on their rotation on that previous game, which was a while ago now, by actually the side of 4 Thrives outside Potato Hill, and they just didn't have a plan B. They just didn't know how to catch up. And actually, a team that, in my opinion, Niptra, is a great team when it comes to getting a second, like, plan B, plan C, the entire alphabet, right? Is Jamba, in my opinion, because looking back at that rondo, they were getting chased with Eagle, that recall player outside in Tinglong Garden, and man, they booked it because they're like, if we lose that solo player, our game is done. Eagle, literally, by doing so, saved the game. I would love to see a similar kind of mindset and approach to the game from Nongshim Red Force, and even maybe Team Flash.
Yeah, no, because I think if Nongshim played the way Tiamba are doing, they would be so scary, right? Going back to our previous point of the Smash ruling, right? I watched the last game of PMMI, where Nongshim Red Force won by Smash, right? I watched that game on my couch in my living room, and I was still scared. I was scared and I wasn't even playing because that team, they knew what they had to do, and rather than fall underneath the pressure of, like so many other teams do, quite rightly, this team knew exactly how to play this. It was like they weren't worried at all. They were like, yeah, we just have to get a win. That's all we got to do, and easy peasy. So for me, if this team can just move forward, step up, get that momentum going over the next day, basically, then what we could see is a team in the Smash point, and then good luck to everybody else, because that team is insane.
Talking about other teams, Lays, you want to say something?
I just want to say I agree, because like the fact that they could have those placement points early on, and the fact that there was one scenario where they absolutely just steamrolled Furia. If they just can add that together, I just had to add on that I agree that they would be scary as heck.
A team that could be scary as heck as well are the reigning champions of PMGO, and it's none other than 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, I mean, currently being able to outperform what Nongshim Red Force is doing. Average placement, the exact same. I would love to see 4 Thrives player stats though, because for this, I want to see who's currently performing, who's currently not performing. We saw who's Sci-Fi earlier on being able to clutch it up for the squad, and I feel like he's currently being the standout player when we usually end up seeing Falak.
Yeah, I mean, there was even a scenario where they were sort of bunkering in a building, and it just looks like their communication is not as tight as we're used to seeing. So yeah, if we bring up like player stats behind it, it looks like they're sort of just feeding and funneling into these, I guess, fights one by one, which is obviously catching them out. And generally, they will have sort of like a nice little split hold strategic way of actually pushing a team into the position that they want them to be able to take them out. So I think it was this spot actually here where, you know, they were sort of bursting, and it just was a little bit miscalculated. Still a great sort of, I guess, push from them, but it just isn't as fast-paced as 4 Thrives when we used to see it.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and also we kind of saw that when you were pointing it out. Max, the one we saw where 4 Thrives just decided to coexist with Hora Esports, it ended up hurting them in a big way, because we saw, who was it? No Fear that ended up actually clutching up that 1 versus 2. For 4 Thrives, I would have loved to see them being a little bit more aggressive, making them back off and not just waiting the longest time when they actually have to
के भन्छ मम्मी नि हेर्न आएको हैछ मिल्चाबाट त्यहाँ रे कस्तो बेला बिमार भयो नोफियर टाइट रे त्यही ए माल्टाबाट त्यहाँ ए नोफियरको त्यही भने नोफियरलाई मात्रै भयो रे
clearing out the entirety of team
फुड पोइजनिङ हो र स्पोर्ट्सवाला चाहिँ टन्नै भयो अरे बिहानको खानाले मैले हरिदामलाई सोधेको थिएँ
Sleepy from Hora, and Sleepy is a very sleepy, sneaky man. Okay, he spots you with a mini 14 or even like ARs that pretty much are just long-range AR snipers, and he's just gonna tear you down. He did that on Falak. They were able to get the reset, but it really goes to show that a split like that, if you're holding on for too long, you are going to be showing a bit of a kink in your armor. I'm not really too scared for Fourth Thrives. I feel like they're a team that don't really have a big ego. They're willing to change and iterate when they need to do so. So I feel like it's fine, but it's definitely been a rougher opening day than maybe a lot of people were expecting.
No, I do agree that they're not in the woods yet, right?
No, it's fine.
They're not in the woods. They're okay for now, but yeah, it's just that I know the other teams are going to start really playing a lot harder and a lot faster in the second day, and so for them in particular, they really need a good first day, and so far we just haven't had that from them. I kind of agree with both of you, right? Where you're like, they need to be more aggressive. Max says they don't. I think they need to be more aggressive in their momentum, right? Not in getting the not in getting the fights, right? But they need to be snappy. We're not
त्यही सबजनालाई उस भएछ के
in their rotations, they're not being snappy in their pushes, their splits are very slow.
त्यही भन्दै थियो हरिदामले कोही थाहा छैन
To slay those rotations.
लास्ट गेम रिम्याच हुन्छ कि भनेर भनेको थाहा नै छैन अपडेटै आएन रे मेरो मिटिङ सुरु हुन बेला भइसक्यो यहाँ यता
Really step like Nigma Galaxy that we've seen. Like, who else have we seen? EA have been very quick. If a player gets knocked, they are all over immediately. They're very, very good. Al-Ula as well, quick, being very speedy with those pushes out for info to make sure that nobody comes in.
यिनीहरु कति मम्मी नि हेर्न
I want to see from Fourth Thrives. We saw it in the group stage. It worked very well for them. And just now they're starting to be
यही कुरा दोहोऱ्याछ
indecisive.
कति उस हालेर बोल्नुलाई
Their pacing is off. You're
एक घण्टै
indecisive.
भइसक्यो ब्रेक
Trust your gut. Go with it as a group, not one-on-one.
ये
Just go with it. Just do it. Just do it.
Just survive once again. But for this team, it's spot on. You were talking about the 2-2 splits. I felt like that 2-2 split took a little bit too long. They should have bring it up together, and that's why I wasn't really happy with how long they decided to coexist with Hora. And talking about that too, they've been aggressive when they need to, but I want to see the Fourth Thrives that we ended up seeing at PMGO. For everybody that's been watching EWC, you know that the club championship is currently at stake. So why not listen to our amazing reporter that's been keeping track of everything going on with the club championship, Glitter Explosion.
SEC Arena to check in with Ginny about what's going on over here, what's going on with CC and the fans, really.
It's a really good time right now. This is our second game where we have the French crowd absolutely cheering out of their minds. Starting off today, Gentlemaids had their game, which was in that lower bracket, and they needed to win in order to be CC eligible, which now they are because they ended up in the top 8.
Okay.
Same thing for KC. They were second on the second game that we had here in the SEC Arena way back when EWC has just started. So they need another top 8 finish. If they win this game, they'll make it happen. But same old, Vitality Falcons have already qualified.
Of course.
And Twisted Minds playing later today.
All right, so then that means we've got way more competition still coming up around the corner, and it could be massive for our leaderboard at the end of it all. Of course, we'll check back in as we have more information.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers and Blank here. We're amongst it right now, Blank, and we're going to be recapping some of what we've seen today. Obviously, day one of finals for PMWC. We've had 3 games played, all with a very different sort of aura to them, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a good day today. Tiamba's done very, very well so far. Ulf been able to get that win over on match 4, I believe it was, which was very cool to see, because I really like Ulf as a team. Fortunately, it has been a bit of a rocky start for them. Their star player, Eren, hasn't really been stepping up to the plate as much as I might have liked him to. But Scarface, though, he was doing great.
Yeah, Scarface came out swinging. Obviously, talking to some of the fans as well earlier today.
Oh, really?
A lot of love, mate. You can see everyone's very excited. There's actually quite a big representation of the old fandom here.
Yeah.
So that's been kind of cool, getting a different vibe on it. I don't know, it feels like, you know, you've got a lot of Godlike fans, very loud, very energetic for them.
Yeah.
But the old fans are there. It just feels like they've been a bit more reserved. They're kind of waiting. They were saying, we know they're going to do well. We'll just wait until they pop off.
We're
ramping.
Exactly. We're just ramping. We're just ramping it. I do think the loudest fans today, though, of all of them, have been Nigma Galaxy fans.
True.
They have come out in force. I was surprised by that, but it's good to see them here. They're all giving them a lot of love, which they deserve right now. Coops is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Ralph's also playing a damn good game. I mean, on that match we watched, I think it was match 2, where he came out with the M249. Great shots over towards Ida. Ida in the bin, by the way, absolutely.
I think that one's a cut storyline already. Like, they're just basically throwing themselves at Nigma Galaxy. I think 3 of us at this point from the team here, the talent team, have spoke to Ralph and asked him similar questions.
Yeah.
And when I asked him about it, you could see that look in his eye where he's just like, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's giving us points and we're going to take it. But you're spot on, mate. Nigma as a team, they've looked great. And honestly, you're right. The fans have been bigging them up and saying, look, I'm pretty confident we're going to win this one.
Yeah.
He also said himself, I think we're in a good spot. Comms are good. I reckon we can win this year's PMWC.
Yeah. You think it's a bit amazing as well, because Coops said it before, he's dodged quite a few events so far with the team. And you really do want to see Coops with the squad. And now they're all together. It does feel like they're a well-oiled squad despite that. So you imagine there's been a lot of scrimming going on in the background, making sure he's been part of the team even when he's not been at events to ensure it's happened. But Coops has just had these awesome moments so far, alongside with Lord a lot, which is great to see. But I will say, one of the teams I've been sort of astonished about, let's put it that way, is Flash. Because we had some really nice moments with Flash, but it was match 3 today. They're able to get the win. Zeus with the unbelievable quick switch over towards Novi. That was fantastic. But again, I wanted to ask you about it because they are the rookie upstarts. When they came through, they qualified to some massive events. Some of them by playing behind a random loot crate out in the open on Miramar. It's so fun to see a team like this, but they were down on your luck. And I mean, my question to you really, throughout all your years in esports, is like, for a team to do so well as a rookie squad, do they tend to have that downtrend, do you think, before they come back up again?
You know, I think if anything, it's kind of generally a bit easier in most other games. It seems kind of harder in PUBG Mobile because it's very intimate in the way the teams look into each other. They're always researching, always prepping. So even if you are an underdog or a little bit more unknown, someone knows your drop, someone knows your playstyle, they know what weapons you use, they know the way you approach the game. It feels like it's harder to counter. But that was always my theory. Of a team like that, I think if they do start to hit that form, you could go really far, because maybe a few players aren't suspecting the best play from you at times. You can pull it out the bag. Max was saying they'll do well. I think they could have been a little bit better in the early groups. I think now, though, they keep it up with the shots we've seen. Mechanically, they could go really far this finals.
Yeah, they're lucky because it's very mirroring the fact of like Tiambo, where you're making these quick snap decisions on the fly. And I think a team like them has certainly come into this with a bit more of a lackadaisical attitude of just, we've just got to get in there, we've got to make it happen. Funnily enough, it was like, I actually was getting my manicure done at the same time
Show him off, there you go.
Show him off,
There
these
he
are
is.
cool. At the same time as Kamikaze was getting his haircut.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
And he came and he was asking me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, well, from what we've seen so far, 4 Thrives looks pretty good. Vitality looks really good as well.
Safe bets, safe bets.
Safe bets, you know. Didn't want to put it all on the table. And he just went, we're going to win. And I was like, right. But his explanation was quite cool, though. He said that we came in groups, we just did not care. Well, they thought that the pressure would get to a lot of teams, which it has.
Yeah, definitely has. There's been too much respect. I think we said this on the card.
Oh my God, yes.
During groups, teams were scared to kind of make some big plays out of like, oh God, what if we don't make it? We have to go to survival. End of the day, mate, survival's the safety net.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, you kind of weirdly want to be there because then you can reset and come out better when we're in finals. And I think they're a team that proved, you know what, we'll just play our own game, give it. The fans are loving it. They looked kind of sick with how they've been playing today as well. And Kamikaze's like absolutely ridiculous with the plays he makes, but he can back it up, so fair play.
He can, yeah. I mean, then he was just in full Zen mode, getting his quick fade put in, which was cool to see. But again, I think for Kamikaze, doing really good on the team. He played a long while back, actually, on a fair few squads. He'd always been like subbing in and out for S2G, and it's finally they believe in him now to really make those moments happen. And he is, because he was sort of the new kid on the block, because you had your Solaces, you had your Silas, Sol K, Ketch back in the day, Calci, Hamty G, and then he would be like filling in here and there. But I think this must be a great moment for him, having such a fantastic time on the main stage. But yeah, I think S2G is doing well. Ulf, on the other hand, there's still a little bit more to go.
They're ramping. Like we said, they're ramping.
They are ramping. But it is funny to me because there is some big Turkish rivalry between those teams. It's not brotherly love between those two squads.
No, like organization-wise, you can see everyone's firmly in their own corner of we want this team to win.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. It makes it a bit more exciting where it's like, no, I love my team, my players. I think that's cool. I did also like the throw it in there. We had the pop-off moment with Ralph earlier.
Oh, bro.
The fans loved it. You could see we loved it. It was like, dude, this is what I want to see. There's a lot of personality in PUBG Mobile. And I think PMWC seems like one of the better events for it, where people get into that mindset of like, we are superstars. Yeah. And they absolutely are. Best of the best in the game, biggest stages, most lights on them, and they're living up to it. $3 million prize pool. You've got to bring your best. So we'll find out how it goes here in the finals.
right? So they are taking the break longer than expected. Let's see what we have here. How many material do I have it? Do I have 17? Okay, I can max up to heat effect one gun. If I go up to glorious bomb, it takes 7. Okay, but I don't think I'll be able to go up to glorious bomb. Not worth it. Do I see anything? Royal pass mission, right? Bonus pass. Did I complete all the royal pass mission for the exit? I gotta check that. Okay, I still need one more, and then I need to collection card. I completed that one, right? So I need 1 rating protection, rating points, gain 10 rating points. Okay, I got only 7. Wow, Mr. SS Tomo. Always. Who do we have here? Brain rot. Brain rot. Guys, what do you think? Is the game will end today, or they will continue the game today? What do you think they will do it? Welcome everyone, welcome. Don't forget to like this stream, guys. Subscribe if you guys are new to the channel. Come on, give me Gambit, bro. Bro, Naruto, brother, give me. Come on, Hinata. Steal a branded, bro. I don't wanna steal anything. Nothing. Play a game. Everything is connected, right? GG. Oh, I see Potet playing game after a long time. NPS Joker playing Ultimate Royal. Wow. And he's surviving till 70 minutes. OP. Mr. Anna playing Dominator. Jawed by Reserve. Okay, let's see if the game starts now or no. Bro, I'm gonna ask like if the game will start or no. I don't think there will be any game now. GG. Let's hear them what they are saying. Alright guys, I think that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow now. No more game. Yeah, bye bye.